What's going on with your twin flame connection? Hi, beautiful soul. Thank you for joining me, Mystic Miya. Here I'm mostly in the moment for another love pick a card reading. We have 4 piles here. We choose a pile based on the number, the colors, the image. The timestamps are below. This is a timeless reading, so it should resonate whenever you come across this reading. And this one is for all the twin flames out there. So this is going to be divided up into sections. The first part is going to be a whole reading in itself, looking at their thoughts, feelings, and actions towards you. And then we have some additional insights with a section on blocks and supports. So what might be blocking them and you in this connection and what might be helping both of you. And then we have a section for union. Is union happening? How they feel about it. And lastly, a section for a message from their higher self. So you can pick the same number for each of these sections, or you can pick different ones depending on how you feel, your intuition, what your guides are saying. So you get a more specific read for you and your connection. I just want to say thank you so much for your love and support over the years. It means so much to me. And I hope you enjoy this reading. Much love and light. Hi, beautiful pile 11 with a star card. We're looking at their thoughts, feelings, and actions towards you. So we're going to have Divine Feminine on the left, Divine Masculine on the right, or you can see this as both aspects of yourself or both aspects within yourself and your twin, or you can look at it as you on the left, them on the right, or whoever's in their more spiritual energy right now on the left and action-oriented on the right. However you want to split it up and see it. It can be both of your energies, just whoever is more on this side and that side right now, but you both have a little bit of each other's energy as well. However you want to look at it. I'm going to start with the connection. What is the energy in the connection right now? All right, 9 of Pentacles in reverse. There's definitely an energy of things that are about to pop off. There's an immense amount of abundance coming into both of your lives in a physical way. So both of you have done so much to get here, wherever you are now in your life. And it does feel like this has been kind of withheld from you. I do get a sense of there wasn't too many physical gifts or results from this journey along the way, and that's because it was meant to be kind of grown. There's definitely an energy where the both of you had to be kind of shielded in order to continue growing. And if you were to get some of these results earlier on, you wouldn't have finished doing what you were working on. So I'm guessing because you're getting physical results, what you've been working on was more internal. So mental, emotional, and spiritual. Okay, wow. Okay, so we got the Judgment card and the World. The 2 last cards of the Major Arcana. And the Judgment came out in reverse. Kind of like you just finished this phase of the cycle, or you're just finishing up this phase of the cycle and coming to completion of a major cycle. And this might have been more than one cycle concluding at this time. So this is everything coming together. Many cycles Some that started decades ago, some that started several years ago, a few years ago, a few months ago, all of this stuff coming to a close now. So this is a major time in this connection, this completion coming. There is a sense of coming together in the physical world. Does that mean union? That's to be seen, but there is some sort of union here. There is some sort of physical union here, whether that's within yourself, within your life, or with each other. There is some sort of completion here that the two of you started. All right, so let's look at their actions and, their thoughts and actions, their feelings and thoughts and actions. This is my classic spread that I've used from day one since my first reading. And I do the connection because I feel like that's very a spiritual bond. And then emotions, thoughts, and actions. So the emotions, mental, and then physical action. Just because it makes sense to step down that way. And I've seen a lot of people put air in front of like the swords in front of cups, and you can do it that way. And although you might get thoughts first, emotion comes first. Emotions definitely come first, even if you recognize the thoughts first. So yeah, let's see. Their heart is definitely open. Or opening. It's opening for the first time in a very long time. Wow. The 10 of Cups. Okay, wow. So I definitely feel like their heart is opening up to the possibility of immense amount of happiness for the first time. So they've done a tremendous amount of work as well, internal work. And they have now just realized that there's a possibility of having that ultimate level of happiness. It's something that like they couldn't really see before. Like they had glimpses of it, and that motivated them to continue working towards this like ideal life. But did they think they were actually going to ever get there? Maybe not, but it kept them motivated, hoping that they could one day. But it's kind of one of those things where you're kind of in a cave and you're just kind of putting one foot in front of the other, and you never know if you're going to find an opening or if you're just going to keep going in circles, or learning more about the cave and figuring out different ways that you've already been through. And, you know, it's kind of one of those things. It's like, well, does it even exist? I know it exists, but will I ever get there? I don't know, but it's worth trying. It's worth having a life trying to get to that life rather than just sitting here and doing nothing, right? So, their heart's finally opening. They finally see the light at the end of the tunnel, and they're seeing that like this is possible, and they're getting a little excited. Peace. They're really hoping you're at peace, and they really feel at peace with you, whatever may come. In the past, they might have had strong feelings of, I want this, I don't want this, why do they keep coming up in my head? Why am I fighting this? Is this the way to go? There's so many strong feelings, emotions, and thoughts that they had in regards to you. Some good, some bad, you know. When it was bad, it was because like they didn't know why it was happening, why you kept popping up in their head, why they felt like this is the way to go. They got kind of angry, like why do I have to, you know, start from zero or clear house in my life? And so they kind of got frustrated with that. And now they're so at peace with you, with whatever may come, however it might come. Whether you end up together, whether that you guys don't, whether you're doing okay, you know, as long as you're doing okay and you're at peace, they're at peace. And their heart is open now. So if you two can be together, you know, they'll definitely be open to that. at least their heart is just starting to open to this possibility. There's a lot of changes going on in the world, and you know, what seemed like it might have been impossible in the past doesn't seem so impossible anymore. What about their thoughts? This is like the yes card for me, but it kind of, you saw it kind of twirl around. I do feel like they're figuring out how to move forward, and I feel like concrete plans. So they're finally coming to some sort of real plans moving forward. This is a 3 of Wands, so it does feel like they had some sort of idea of what they wanted to do around this time in their life, in regards to love as well. And now that their heart is opening up, they're getting more clarity, they're getting more ideas, and they're actually putting things together. So like things are making sense to them. It's like, okay, I kind of wanted to work on this kind of project around this time. I kind of wanted to make these kind of changes in my career, or, you know, I want to make these decisions in my finances or whatever. They're kind of like figuring out their life. They didn't know how it was going to come together until right about now. And now they got more clarity. They have more downloads from their guides. They have everything kind of coming together. And they know now like why they were going to work on this project or go visit this area or, you know, make changes in their life here. Like it's making sense to them why they felt like they wanted to do that at this time. And now that they know that everything is kind of coming together, they can make more solid concrete plans. And that's what they're doing right now. And they might not know. I feel like they have a hint. They have a clue. They know it's something to do with love and relationships and this like extraordinary life. But you know, they're just they're getting more and more information as each day goes by, and they're able to make more and more concrete decisions as they get that more clarity. Yeah, they're not waiting around in there anymore. They're definitely making more decisions because they knew like they wanted to do kind of this thing and that thing, but they didn't know how exactly. For example, if they were going to move, or for example, if they want to make changes in their career, or, you know, release some things in their life. People, places, and things, you know, get their health going in a different direction, working on their health a little bit more. Like they knew that they wanted to do kind of these things, work on this project, work on that hobby, but they didn't know why and when everything was going to come together. And it's coming together faster than they imagined. And all these things are clicking into place, and it's like, it's amazing to them. Okay. So their thoughts about you. I lie awake thinking about our future. So you can tell that they, and they kind of came out in reverse. So they're like, you know, they hoping it's like with you, if not like someone like you, but you're their inspiration. You're the reason that they had an idea to go after this kind of life, right? So when they imagine this kind of life, they imagine you in it. And they can always hope and dream that it's you, but like, you know, they're like, even if I'm by myself and living this life, or even if I'm with family, even if I'm with another person who's like my twin, you know, the universe has its reasons. But when they imagine it with you. And guess what happens when they imagine like specifically you? They're going to manifest you. Or, you know, if you guys are meant to be in this lifetime, if not, like it's like your energy is what they're manifesting, right? But they visualize you. Oh, there's someone else, and it came out on your side, face down. The reason that they visualize you, but they kind of like, but I'm okay if it's someone else who's like them, who's in that energy. I don't care if I do it by myself, that's fine too. Or if I just do it with people that are like family to me, that's fine. Because like they always have always had this one doubt in their mind that there's someone else in your life, that you're already with someone else, or that you no longer want to be with them. So they don't want to get hurt. So they're keeping their heart open. They visualize you. But in case that you're with someone else, they're okay. Like, they're gonna still choose this life, you know. They're hoping, they're leaving the space open for you, but they're at peace. If it's you, that's great. And if it's not, then hopefully someone like you, or they're okay doing it alone, or with soul family, that's fine. So you can see that they're really, they're at peace. There's so much more peace, but they still have a little bit of kind of like, you know, like, I don't know if they're going to choose me kind of thing, you know, but they're okay. They're okay if it doesn't happen. They have everything set up. They're still going to choose this life. Okay. So let's look at real quickly on your side. Thoughts and feelings and what they might think your thoughts and feelings are. Okay. So I do feel like you have so many downloads coming through right now. The 10 of Wands in reverse always meant to me that there's so many downloads coming in. You may have been getting some messages about what they've been up to, or just randomly getting a message from them after a very long time. It's easier to connect with them, very easy, telepathically. And I'm also getting that in general, you're just getting a lot of clarity about the next direction in your life. Your feelings, yeah, you do feel like union is coming. You probably have gotten a lot of messages from your guides that some sort of union is definitely coming, and in regards to love. But I do feel like because there's 10 here, like it's not just in regards to love, but in many different aspects of your life, there's some sort of union happening, you know, coming together with the highest and best in that area. Okay, in hand, so this is something you're keeping to yourself. Oh my goodness, the 3 of Wands. And so your thoughts, I do feel like your thoughts are, a lot of the thoughts that you're catching right now are a sign that you two may be being guided to each other at this time. But I'm getting that like you're trying not to think of it. So it's kind of funny because they're thinking, your person is thinking, oh yeah, like everything's coming together, like, and I'm holding space for them. But whether it's them or not, that's okay. That's fine. I'm okay with that, you know. And with you, I feel like you have so much going on. You're getting clarity in so many areas of your life that you might be too busy to even think about love and your twin flame at this time. But you get once in a while, it'll pop up message from them, or once in a while you get the message that you're coming together with your twin flame. And it feels like, I feel like from your past experience, you don't want to think about it too much, because in the past, whenever you got your hopes up, you feel like you fell too hard. So you're trying to keep your mind busy with everything else coming through, and don't want to focus on this because you think that you're going to be weak if you think about these messages coming to you about your twin flame. But you're in a much stronger place now. You just, you know, old habits die hard, and you know from past experiences like that letdown was really tough, and so you don't try to like think too much about it, if that makes sense. Okay, so how you're feeling, how they think you're feeling and thinking about them. Disruption, yeah. They definitely think that you're doing so well, and they don't want to come in and just kind of mess everything up. And so there's that kind of like concern. And thoughts. They think that, and weight came out face down. They're hoping that you kind of waited for them, but they're not expecting it. They do feel like you're waiting for some sort of like response from them, or kind of decision or answer, or some sort of communication from them. So they're hoping that, but they're also not trying to look at that because they're don't want to be disappointed. But I do get a very strong feeling that they're hoping that you waited a long time. But I do feel like with this energy, I do feel it's very light. The energy I'm getting is it's very light. There's like hopes, but you're being cautiously optimistic, and so are they. And both of you have done so much work, tremendous amount of work to feel like you're okay no matter what happens, and that you're choosing this life no matter if it's with your specific twin flame or someone else or just by yourself or with your soul family. And so I get that kind of energy. It's like you both worked so hard in order to be in a good place no matter what happens, and still choosing this life. Because I do feel like there's some huge amount of completion happening and a lot of abundance coming in physically that was kind of withheld in order for you to kind of finish this part of the journey. And you both are excited, and you don't want anything to hinder that excitement and all this abundance coming through. So you both are kind of like, there's a little bit of like apprehension, a little bit of like, I hope it works out with them, but like very, very excited for everything else going in your life. And you've learned, both of you, I'm feeling like, learn from your past mistakes, that like don't put all your eggs in one basket. Like don't put all your hope into just the love aspect with this specific person you visualize as your twin flame, but kind of, and you built up like the strength, the stamina, and the toolkit to prepare yourself for if you feel like a little bit of disappointment. Because at this point, it's just like, it'd be a little bit of disappointment, but I have so much else going on for me that I worked on because of this connection. All right, and so lastly, let's look into their actions. The Ace of Wands, and it fell on the World card. So I do feel like things are wrapping up really quickly and new things are starting very rapidly. And wow, the Emperor, from the Divine Masculine side to the Divine Feminine. I'm getting that they're definitely feeling like things are wrapping up for them so quickly, and they're ready to get new things started, that they are feeling more anxious and more ready to come towards you no matter what. They feel safe and secure within themselves in order to do this, and they're very, very excited. I'm getting, ooh, too many cards came up. They're very excited. When so many cards pop up, that's for me that there's so much energy behind it. So in more ways than one, they are definitely wanting to reach out to you, and it doesn't feel like, with all the physical cards here in terms of union and their actions towards you, I feel like no matter what, they are going to check up on you. Whether they do that to your knowledge or they do that without you knowing, we'll see. Let's see. Eight of Swords, they need to know. They absolutely need to know. Is there someone else or is there not? I feel like so much is coming together for them that they feel like they're in a good enough spot that they can check up on you, like no matter what they find out. And the Nine of Cups in hand. So I definitely feel like they feel so good that they can give you the world. I'm getting like they feel like if you're available and if you're willing, that they're in such a good spot. Like they are just starting this really, really good cycle in their life, this brand new cycle, that they're in a good spot to kind of make things work and, give anything an effort, no matter what the situation is, give it all they got. And they feel fairly confident. They feel very confident that it would work out. Like even if they feel like things are just coming together for them physically, they feel like they have such a good, strong emotional foundation that they can take on this relationship and anything in terms of both of your goals and dreams. They feel that good. They're feeling very, very confident. And I do feel like it's like emotional. There's some sort of emotional strength and freedom that they've unlocked. They must have done so much emotional work. and private victory. Whenever the Six of Wands comes out in reverse, for me, that always meant like a private victory. So I do feel like that they would be very, very open and vulnerable with you, but no one else. So like, I feel like they just are finishing up the cycle, just starting this new cycle. And they probably would not tell anyone else what's going on in their life, but they would tell you if it was appropriate, if things in your life are kind of at that place. Let's see what action they think that you would take towards them. Three of Swords, and it came out in hand. And I do feel like releasing any kind of heartache that was related to this connection. The Tower card, it came out face down. So I do feel like they're prepared for the worst though, because I feel like they feel like there's so much that you have held up within you that you've been waiting to like kind of unleash on them. But they're like, I'm ready to hold space. Like, I'm fairly confident. Like, I can do this. I can make this a positive thing. They have so much confidence in them. There's so much love. They have so much like good energy behind them. They're like, I can take it on. So, but they're expecting you just letting them have it, you know. But what you most likely will do, or what your higher self would guide you to do in terms of action towards them. King of Wands, and it came in hand. So they do feel like it would be best to have the masculine energy come towards the feminine energy. And then kind of see if they have some sort of long-term vision, some sort of dream, some sort of things figured out in their life in terms of what they want. And if you can see that they mean business. And so, yeah, because it came out in hand, they want your guides, your higher self wants them to come to you. Yeah. And then you can work your magic, because I feel like you have a lot that you would be excited to share and to create with them, even instantly. But in order to match their magic, the first thing that they want you to do is let them come to you, the Ace of Wands here, let them come to you with an idea, with a vision, or with the sincerity and their intentions towards you, and that they have some sort of plan, or they would like some sort of plan, and they're earnest in their decisions to come towards you and to, you know, have something happen, that they're serious, that they mean it, right? Because I do feel like you do start feeling the magic right away, but you need that physical confirmation. That's something that you've always wanted, physical confirmation first. And so instead of just giving your magic free and willy-nilly, like, you need that confirmation before everything comes together and there is some sort of private victory. Because I do feel like the two of you, look at this energy, like match each other's energy like so strongly. All right, pile 11, I hope you enjoyed your reading. And there are 3 sections to get more information about this twin flame connection below. You can pick 11, or you can pick any other number that resonates with you. And so I'll see you there. Much love and light. Hi, beautiful pile 22. It's a Sun card. We're looking at their thoughts, feelings, and actions towards you. This is my original classic spread that I've used from day one. I'm going to start with what's the energy and the connection between the two of you, and then move into feelings, thoughts, and actions. Some people like to put the cups, emotions, before swords. I'm finding it nowadays, it's funner. It's more fun and more fun, and sometimes easier to do thoughts first. And I'm like wondering, do thoughts actually come first? And it's like, no, emotions always comes first. It's the spiritual, and then emotional, mental, and physical. But even if you have consciously aware of the thoughts that come in first, emotions definitely come in first, but you just might not recognize it. So let's start with the connection. What's the energy in this connection? Wow, right away. Fast moving action. It feels like there's been some stagnation for a little while, but things are about to move very quickly, very rapidly, very soon. Wow, yeah. And I feel like it's definitely something because of the actions that Divine Feminine takes. I also forgot to mention that I'm doing Divine Feminine on the left, Divine Masculine on the right, or you can see it as yourself on the left and them on the right, or both aspects of yourself, or both aspects of yourself and them. Maybe it's the same energy, but one of you might be leaning more one way and the other way. Or just whoever's watching this reading, or more in their spiritual energies on the left, more in the action energies currently at this moment on the right, however you want to read it. But I do feel like things are about to happen and pop off real quickly because of some sort of action that the feminine is taking in their life in regards to their true, authentic soul purpose. This could be action in the Divine Feminine's career, or in taking direction in their life, fulfilling some sort of life purpose and through their creative hobbies or passion project. But I do feel like the Divine Feminine is taking action in their life in some sort of way, in a very big way, that is going to kind of poke a hole in this connection between their twin flame, their divine counterpart in themselves, and allow a lot of energy to come rushing through. Okay, so let's see their feelings towards you. And the Eight of Swords, and it came out face down. So they are a little bit confused as to what's going on. They do feel like they're trapped into working with you. It feels like kind of like they don't know what's going on, but they feel like they have no choice. And kind of like for two reasons. One, a positive reason is that like they have no choice. They love and care about you so much, and they want to be around you. Whatever their logical mind says, their heart is like, I have to be around this divine being no matter what. And so they're choosing to be around you, even if their logical mind is like, what are you doing? You're in a trap. This is gonna hurt later on. But also, I do feel like you kind of are being put together on a project. So I don't know if you two work together, or if you're assigned on the same project, or if you run in the same circles and you kind of are going to the same wedding, or participating in the same kind of charity or event or something like that. So I do feel like there's a physical aspect to being kind of like pushed together to work with each other, or like around each other or something like that. I do feel some sort of physical energy of being in close quarters. And I feel like their energy is kind of like, oh, I'm trapped with them, but I kind of want to be trapped with them. Let's see. Trust. Yeah, I definitely feel like they don't trust themselves around you, because that's why their logical mind is like, get out, exit, left, now, run out the door, because like they don't trust themselves around you. Like they want to be around you, and that makes them nervous because they don't feel this way around everyone, right? And so their logical mind's like has an alarm going off in their head, like, exit, get out, you're gonna do something stupid, like you're gonna put your foot in your mouth, like you're gonna do, like, just leave, like this is not gonna end well. But their heart is like I feel like butterflies and rainbows and, you know, bubble hearts coming out of them, being like, they're so infatuated with you that they're just like, but I want to be around them. I can't help it. Like, I prefer to be around them. I want to be around them. So like they don't trust themselves. Like their ego self, their like mind is like, get out. But their heart is like, no, I want to stay here. Let's see. What about their... Let me pull a clarifier for that. Yeah, they don't know what to do. They're kind of split. They're like, should I stay? Should I go? Will this end badly for me? Am I bad for them? Like, am I going to act stupid? Am I going to make things worse being around them? But I can't help it. Yeah. All right, so what about their thoughts? What are their thoughts they're having around you? King of Pentacles, and it came out face down and kind of switched from upright to sideways. I definitely feel like they feel kind of, they don't know how you feel about them, and they can't stop thinking about that. Sometimes they think that like you are into them, and that you think that they're awesome, they're fantastic, and they could be a good match for you. They'd be able to provide you with the things that you lack and that you would like in a partner, kind of compliment them. And then sometimes they're like, I don't know if they think that about me. They're very confused. This person's very confused. All right, let's see. Let's get more information. Yeah, 10 of Pentacles in reverse and in hand. So when it comes up in hand, it's kind of for me that like they're keeping this to themselves, but they secretly hope, wish, and dream that you would kind of lead them to this path of something more. They feel like you're the door, the window to a magical new world. And they really do, they don't just think it, they kind of know it. They're like, yeah, you feel like someone who would like know how to create a awesome life, like the highest and best life. And they're kind of secretly hoping that you would kind of join up with them and take them along and to this magical new universe that you seem to know how to make happen, or you know, that you seem to know all about. But they feel kind of like, sometimes they feel like that you think they're the right person to bring you there, to get you to that dream life. And sometimes they feel like you're like still debating it. So let's see their thoughts. I left because you told me to. Yeah, they're kind of at this place where if you ask them to leave, they would, because they're a little bit intimidated by you, but they're just like behold their power. It's so magnificent and so like glorious that like, yeah, whatever, I'll bow to you. Whatever you want, I'll do. You don't want me here, I'm gone. You know, like I'm not good enough, you don't have to tell me twice. You know, kind of that kind of energy. But like, you tell me to stay, you tell me to come back, I'm here for it. There is a part of them that's kind of like, I don't know if that's good that I'm giving them that much control over me and that much power. But they can't help it at this point. They're just so infatuated. They're just kind of, you know, obsessed with you that they're just like giving away all their power to you. Okay. I left because you told me to. We have Three of Swords. They're definitely at a place where like, if you tell them to leave now, they won't be too hurt. This seems like a little bit of a more of a newer energy, you know, a newly found twin flame connection, or like somewhat recent, you know. I would consider even up to like 2 years still fairly recent for a twin flame journey. And you know, they're kind of at this place where if you told them to forget about them, they feel like they'd be fairly confident that they would not be too hurt. And so they're playing, there's this energy that they're trying also not to get hurt, even though they're kind of letting their heart take action and their logical mind is like screaming at them. And they want to be around you. They're obsessed. They never felt anything like this before. This strong connection, this deep desire to be with you. But at this point, they're kind of like, you know what? I've been in relationships before, or I've been interested in people who weren't interested in me. Like, if they were to tell me to leave now, like, I think I'd be okay. Not knowing that there's a strong energetic tie and they'll never be able to forget you kind of thing. But they're fairly confident that, like, hey, if they want to take me with, if they think I can give them the life that they want or help with it and take me along, hey, I'm totally here for it. But if not, then they better tell me now because, I'm falling for them. All right, so let's look a little bit into your thoughts and feelings and what they think you're thinking and feeling as well. So your thoughts and feelings. I feel like you've been kind of waiting for a long time for a love like this to kind of enter your life. So when they appear for you, it's kind of like, yeah, let's take a risk. Let's go for it. Like, how often does an energy like this enter your life? This is something worth taking a risk for. And you're thinking, hey, this could be it. This could be the one. Wish granted here. What else do I have to say? Let's tie the knot. Let's tie the deal. I feel like you feel fairly confident in this conversation. This connection right now. You're feeling confident in talking to them. You feel like everything's going well, swimmingly. And you're in a good place. I feel like you're in a good place and you're ready to take some action. You're ready to make moves in terms of love. Now, what do they think that you feel and think about them? Stop. They obviously feel like you're not going to stop. Like, you want them to keep going. And so that's why they're also kind of hanging around, because they're like, even if they're confused about how you feel about them sometimes, like sometimes you're like so hot and sometimes you're like a little bit cooler, not cold, but a little bit warm, kind of maybe unsure. They don't know exactly why you're giving off that energy that's back and forth, kind of. It's not a huge back and forth, but kind of like hot and then like a little bit cooler, just warm, lukewarm. But they obviously are picking up the fact that you don't want them to stop. Okay, let's see about that. Yeah, that you're like, they definitely feel that you kind of feel this energy too, and you kind of want to see where this goes. And they do get the sense that you have been waiting a long time. So maybe they know that you've been kind of not dating, or you've been celibate, or you've been kind of, you haven't pursued a more serious, longer term commitment for a long time, or there's something about that, or maybe you kept yourself busy with work, or you're waiting for the right time or the right person to come in. So they have a sense that like you don't give everyone a chance. And what about your thoughts towards them? What do they think you think about them? You have so many choices and options. Yeah. They're a little bit intimidated about you, and they understand that like you are valuable, you hold yourself to a higher standard, and that you can have anyone kind of energy, and that they're lucky to have you. And the Chariot in hand, so things are moving pretty quickly between the two of you. I think things heated up and got a little steamy and a little bit exciting right off the bat. Both of you felt the connection right away. Feeling very positive about this. Okay, so let's see their actions towards you. What are their actions towards you at this time? King of Cups. As long as you're open to them, they're going to continue kind of pursuing you. And I feel like they're doing a good job. They're being very mature towards you, emotionally mature, and I'm picking up that you're really liking that, you appreciate that. Knight of Wands in hand. They think about reaching out to you more often than you know. They kind of hold themselves back half the time, and it's because they don't want to come off too eager. They're kind of like making a move based on how you move. So they would want to kind of hit you up and talk to you more and, you know, ask you to hang out more, but like they're kind of like waiting to, you know, they're not afraid to make moves. They're not afraid to take action. It's a very, you know, masculine energy. I feel like there's a good amount of masculine energy on your side as well. But, you know, even though they want to do all these things, like they'll take one action and then see how you take that and then make another action. So they're playing it very smart. You know, it's not like a strategy, and they're not like have a game plan or anything. They're just kind of like making a move based on your reaction, which is kind of normal. Okay, the actions towards you right now. 8 of Swords. I do feel like they're more in their heads about this connection than they ever were with anyone else. We have the 8 of Swords twice here on their side, so you could definitely see that they're like overthinking a lot of things. You know, like if they do say something that they feel like is embarrassing, they're, you know, thinking about that over and over. It's like, oh, why did I say that? You know, but like there is a minimal energy. Like they're not letting it stop them from continuing to talk to you and stuff like that. But it is energy. There is a feeling from them that this connection means way more. And there's a lot of weight on their actions and what they say to you. Way more. It's way more energy that they're putting into these things towards you than they ever have before. And wow, King of Cups twice, and they came out in the same direction, like towards you and a little bit down. So I do feel like they want to like shower you with gifts and compliments and romantic dates and hang out with you all the time. And I do feel like they're trying to hold themselves back, but I feel like you would really enjoy them being like overtly romantic. And it's not just them trying too hard, that's just who they are actually. They just have never shown that side of them to that degree to anyone else before. And they want to do it with you, but they're holding themselves back for the fear of that you might not take it the right way, but I think you would. And so it's kind of working against them that they're not doing that, but at the same time, like, this is kind of all normal, especially if it's something somewhat new. And again, it could be new and still be a few years in, and with twin flame energies, it doesn't stop being that way. You know, it doesn't stop feeling that way. All right, and then what actions do they think you're going to take, or that your higher self wants you to take? So what actions? Okay, ooh, a lot. Okay. The Tower in reverse. That means a positive event, divine event that you could not have planned. So like kind of a miracle energy here. And the Hermit in reverse, not alone, but kind of together alone. And the 5 of Swords. Okay, so you're kind of in a little bit of a overthinking energy as well. Okay, so I do feel like, first of all, something very good, positive, like a miracle energy, it happened recently between the two of you, or is going to happen between the two of you. And I feel like this causes you a little bit of anxiety, because it's like you didn't expect things to happen this quickly and this fast, and it kind of worries you. So while they're anxious about, you know, doing too much and saying too much, you're a little bit anxious that like things are moving too quickly, and worrying about that. That's what they kind of think that you're kind of feeling as well. They think that you might be thinking things are going too quickly, and that might not be like a good thing from past experiences, right? And what does your higher self want you to do? King of Swords in reverse. Yeah, there's this kind of energy that okay, for some of you, you're talking too much, and for others of you, you're not talking enough. And Spirit is saying, you know which one you are. But they're advising that you give them some sort of token of appreciation, like a small gift, something that would mean something to them, something small, not expensive, just something thoughtful. Instead of letting your words speak for you, let your actions. I think they would, it's kind of like their energy would understand that more profoundly than anything you could say at this time, especially right now when you are saying too much or not saying enough. This small token of appreciation in a physical way, like a small gift or something, would mean a lot. And it'll work in a mirror sense that like you kind of giving them a small physical token will allow them to kind of open up in a more emotional way with you, if that makes sense. All right, pile 22, this is just the first part of the reading, and there are 3 other sections below with more divine insights, and you don't have to pick 22 for each of the sections below. Just go with your intuition, your gut, what number resonates with you for the other questions. So I will see you there. Hi, beautiful pile 33 with the Hierophant card. We're looking at your twin flames, thoughts, feelings, and actions towards you at this time. Okay, this was my classic original spread that I used from day 1. And I'm going to have the Divine Feminine on the left side and Divine Masculine on the right side, or you can see these both aspects of yourself, or both aspects of yourself and your twin. It could be that it's between the two of you and one of you is more on one side than the other. You can see it as yourself or the other person on the right, or whoever's in the more spiritual energy at this time of the reading on the left, and who's more in the action-oriented side energy on the right at this time, or however you want to see it. Okay, so let's start with the energy of the connection, the main energy. What is the energy and the connection between the two of you? Okay, it's been kind of waiting, knowing and waiting for a long time, knowing that something is here, that it's meant to be, and never doubting for a minute that this was a very strong connection that was meant for something more, that you two are connected on such deep levels energetically, on planes that you can't see with your physical eye in this dimension. You would defend this connection. They would defend this connection. They would defend you with anyone who gave you disrespect to you as a person or this connection. I'm getting their fight is not with you. Your fight is not with them. It's with aspects of yourself, with the divine, however you want to see it. But it's like, this fight is not with your twin flame. In fact, you would defend them and you honor them, and they defend you and honor you. There's something deep and something mystical between the two of you that you two can't even describe in words, but you know that it's very powerful and very divine, and you would go to war for each other, basically. But it's been a very long time, and you two are wondering when you would ever see each other again, if you'd ever see each other again in this lifetime, knowing that you will at some point, even if it's after death. But there's something powerful here. Both of you recognize it, might not be able to describe it, but really strongly defend each other if anyone were to dishonor the other person. Interesting. All right, so what are their feelings for you right now? They wonder if the feelings that they had towards you was just a mirror, just feelings that they had about themselves, feelings that they weren't aware of, feelings that they didn't know about yet, that they haven't uncovered yet. They're thinking, like, is this path a truly lonely path where your twin flame is just that, just a mirror reflection. And this is all within our own minds. This is something we're creating in our own minds. And this is just like a physical representation of that reflection. So they're having really deep philosophical thoughts. The Magician. They feel like, was this something that was magical that happened in my life and they'll never happen again? I'm getting like, you know how like some people have those UFO experiences, or they feel like they walked through a portal or switched timelines. Is this kind of that experience, like that I'm only meant to have once and that's it, and I'll be wondering for the rest of my life like what really happened? I feel like they're kind of in that energy. Their feelings towards you. Surrender. They're kind of open to whatever happens and whatever definition that the universe wants to give them. Because at this point, they're like, this was so real. It was so raw and powerful and magical, and it's above my pay grade. This is something more magical and mystical than I can understand with my human brain. And whatever it is, I am open to it. My heart is open, my mind is opened, and I would be grateful to get more clarity on it, to connect with them again, to understand what this all is. But no matter what happens, like, I know I'm not in the driver's seat. Like, this is divine. This is someone else taking the wheel. This is the universe, the source energy, the creator, God taking the wheel. Like, this is not me. Like, I have no control over this. This is out of my hands. But do I want this? Do I wish for this? Do I wonder about this? Yeah. I mean, all the time. All the time. All the time. And they really hope, wish, and dream that you are real. You aren't just a figment of their imagination, or this is not just all in their head, that you are a true divine counterpart and you are a real representation of their most highest and best romantic love in this lifetime. And they really hope that what they believed about their twin flame is real. And they wish that more than anything. But they're totally, completely surrendered at this time. Whatever is real, they just want to know the truth. They just want to know the truth. Their thoughts about you. What are their thoughts about you? Their door is open. And they're planning. They made a lot of plans with you in mind. And they've always left the door open for you. So every time that they make a impactful decision in their life, whether it's small or big, that they feel would change their life somehow, they always factored you in case you come back, or in case there's a chance between the two of you, or in case something happens between the two of you next. They always factored you in to their decision. A lot of you are thinking like, wow, this is how I thought about my twin flame. The fact that they thought of you this way is kind of mind-blowing me, probably. Yeah, they've always felt that any second you could have been back in their life. And because of that, because they are constantly reminded of you through songs, through synchronicities, through signs, through energetic messages, they always left the door open for you. And every time they make a decision, they kind of factor you in, and like, what would they like? What if they came back? Wow. Their thoughts of you. I'm absolutely in love with you, and it came out reversed and face down. They don't want to admit it because it feels like to them like they've been feeling this way for so long. It's like hard for them to even face it themselves, but they are absolutely in love with you, at least from what they believe about love and how they perceive it. They kind of lie to themselves about it. And they know they do, because they know if they open this, Pandora's box, it's going to be like hard to get everything back in. It's like it's going to be impossible to bring themselves back, you know. It feels like they got a peak when they first met you or the last time they saw you, but they're absolutely certain that they can't open that door unless they know it's for real. So they always leave the door open. They always leave the possibility open, but they can't allow themselves to like kind of admit their feelings for you, because they know if they do, like, their worlds would become unhinged. And this card want to come out too. Wow. 2 hangmans. Yeah, they're definitely feeling they're really conflicted inside about what will happen between the two of you. Will they? Won't they? You know? It's a non-stop soap opera happening in their minds in regards to the two of you all the time. Will they? Won't they? And it really kind of cripples them. And so that's why they can't, like, really, they kind of put their feelings for you away and try to focus on, like, just like whatever the universe wants. I surrender to the universe. But because they think about you nonstop, they know it's not healthy, and they know at this point, like, they have to put that away. They already have. This is kind of just them saying that to you in this energy. Because if they opened that up again, the door they wouldn't just get a peek, it would fly open and they would become unhinged. So they are very careful with admitting how they feel about you to themselves, even not even to anyone else, to themselves. Okay. So before we look into their actions, let's look real quick on how you feel and think about them and what they think you feel and think about them. There is some sort of like kind of moment happening in your life right now where you're being called to kind of face your twin flame journey. So if you've been on the twin flame journey for a little while, you understand that there's huge cycles that end where it goes to releasing your twin flame or not releasing your twin flame, but releasing any expectations in regards to your twin flame. When you first kind of separate, you might separate and come back, and there's kind of like a runner-chaser dynamic, right? And then not only that, but there's like that runner-chaser dynamic mimics the runner-chaser dynamic that you have with the divine, because a lot of times the twin flame journey coincides with the spiritual journey, so you're kind of like asking yourself, is this real? This is not real. Is this real? This is not real. So once you kind of even out, the cycles become lesser and lesser, less frequent. So lesser and lesser. So for example, you might have to do this kind of releasing expectations kind of work, and kind of like inner work in regards to your twin flame. That's very difficult. Maybe once a month, and then maybe once a season, and then maybe a few times a year, and then maybe once a year, until it kind of like it's just like you've come to a place in your twin flame journey where you can accept things as they are and accept any possible outcome. But you have so much love for yourself, and you understand that this was a journey that is mirrored for you. You kind of, your brain, your higher self, your guides use this mirror for you because you clung to it really well. You resonated with it really well, really powerfully, to help you grow your spirit, your soul. And this was the best carrot on a stick for you. But at the same time, there was a very deep connection between the two of you, but it kept you kind of wanting to grow. And at some point, you can let your twin flame go. And you can continue working on your spiritual journey, your inner work, your healing, your purging, your releasing, figuring out who you are, what you want out of life, and your life purpose, right? So you kind of, for a lot of people, the twin flame was the catalyst for your spiritual journey, or something that accelerated your spiritual journey if you're already on it. And there's a very few true twin flames that are born as twin flames in this lifetime. There have been more and more around this time because we're going through a great awakening, which is a powerful time in human history. It's very special, and very rare. So there's more twin flames born now than there ever were. But there's a lot of people who took on the twin flame template to accelerate their growth. And so there's a varying degrees of twin flame energy in the collective. And as someone who has been, the twin flame theory is something that I studied very intensely for a very long time. I like to say I have my master's in the twin flame theory and my PhD in divine love, because it's been that hardcore. And I've taken what thousands and thousands of people have come to me directly with their twin flame ideology and their theory, and usually it's like the same consistent events and things that happen on this journey. And for most people it happens in that order, some people out of order, and there's some outliers who have very specific twin flame journeys that's like different than the usual, but that's very few. But I take in consideration everyone's beliefs, because that's what you have to do as a spiritual consultant, like a spiritual guide. You have to take in consideration what your clients' views are, and read the energy in their beliefs, right? So yeah, that's my little spiel on twin flame energy. But I do see that you definitely feel a call now to kind of work on your twin flame energy right now. So no matter where you are in your twin flame journey, in the beginning, middle, or closing out a cycle, and with something as powerful as the twin flame experience will stay with you forever, no matter what. Even if you choose to leave it, or even if you choose to continue with it, or put it on the back burner, no matter what, it's kind of like the family you're born into. That energy is gonna give you inner work for the rest of your life, even if you do the majority of it at a certain time. It's something that is going to consistently give you lessons, like this twin flame energy. Even if you forget about it, it's going to come up once in a while. It might even get to a point where you forget about it and it's like pops up somewhere, It's going to be always there. It's always going to be there. And so it's like you have to kind of make friends with it and learn to live with it in a way that makes sense to you, that works for you. Tell yourself a story that works. Okay. A lot of people go into the twin flame, adopt the twin flame theory, because they have this urge to connect to the divine in such a powerful way, and to connect with themselves in a very deep, spiritual and emotional way, and explore those depths. Comes with awakening, that they gravitate towards this idea because it's so helpful. And I will never badmouth the twin flame journey, and I don't like people who do, because it helped you in some way, even if you won't acknowledge it, and I still do believe in the twin flame journey, just in a more expanded way than I have before. Do I think that legit actual twin flames exist? Yeah, that's where we see the gods and goddesses, Jesus and Mary. We have Shiva, Parvati, and all these energies that are actual divine counterparts. So do I believe that exists in this incarnation, in this lifetime, and people? Yeah, I do. I do believe that the twin flames do exist out there in the ways that we believed in. But I do believe that we some of us kind of adapted that, or kind of came into this world knowing that we were going to work with these energies in a specific way. And I do think that like using the twin flame terminology might not be like, once you kind of evolve it, you might kind of term it a different way and view it a different way. You definitely do edit your and refine your beliefs as you move forward, and sometimes you had to completely let some go and adopt new ones, and sometimes you just edit and refine them, right? That's kind of how we all evolve and grow. But I do feel like you have a call to kind of work on some sort of twin flame work right now, and it does have to do with releasing any kind of sadness, negativity, or even doing a review of how far you've come with your twin flame journey right now. Okay, and your thoughts? Sorry about that, pile 33. I don't mean to come off like preachy or anything. It's just that this might be the last twin flame reading I do in a long time. So I want to put it out there. Everything I know about the twin flame journey is in these readings as much as I can. Ace of Pentacles. There is an opportunity coming your way, and that is why you're being urged to look at this. So I do feel like there is something coming into your life right now, which is why you're being urged to look at this energy, specifically the twin flame energy, and do some inner work in regards to it. Yeah, wow. Okay, so I do feel like there's kind of like a divine energy coming into your life. It's most likely through a person. So whether it's your twin flame or a divine counterpart or something that is like a new structure, a new system coming into your life that you will be adopting, that maybe your twin flame would be a part of, or something that you are just gonna naturally move into as your life purpose, that is coming into your life. Something that's going to be in your life for a very long time. And so that's why you're being asked to kind of work on this, because this is definitely a major part of your life. Okay, so let's see what your twin might think you feel and think about them. So what they might think you feel about them. Frustration. They might feel that you're frustrated with them. And they might feel this through songs they receive and messages that they receive from your energy and your higher self. Kind of that you're trying to shut them out as well, because you're trying to hold on to your sanity. So there is a little bit of like you're trying to be closed off because they're frustrating you, and you're trying to hold on to your sanity and also your self-respect. And it's kind of like if you don't know that if they like you or not, you're not going to tell them first, kind of thing. So there's a little bit of like childishness going on, and a little bit of insecurity, for sure, they're feeling from you and your energy. And then what about your thoughts about them? What do they think you think about them in this connection? I am terrified. Yeah, so we do get this energy of like you might feel intimidated, not necessarily by them, but the energy that you two hold. Like, what is this power that my twin has over me? Like, why? Like, am I going to be ever able to kind of move past this? Like, I'm getting kind of like an addict energy. Like, you know, not everyone will have this experience, but if you've been an addict, and not even if you knew an addict, if you were an addict yourself or are an addict right now, like, you understand this. It's like kind of like you're kind of terrified that this thing has a hold on you, and you never know. You don't ever know if you're going to ever be able to get past it, if it will always forever have a hold on you, and so powerfully, right? As a former addict of many different types of things, in little bouts, because as not just a twin flame reader, but as like as a highly spiritual reader, I had a little experience in almost every difficult life experience, just enough to get a taste of it. And yeah, that's been fun. Glad that's over. But yeah, you can definitely. Definitely gets, and someone who's been on the twin flame journey, yeah, definitely gets easier. You just keep going, you just keep doing the inner work, you know, it keeps getting easier and better. But like, people wonder, is this ever gonna stop? Is it ever gonna end? Am I ever gonna change? Am I gonna be miserable for the rest of my life? Like, am I gonna be constantly sad, depressed, and like have this person have this hold over me and affect everything in my life? Like, no, it eases up. It keeps easing up until it's like totally manageable, and then you like don't just survive it, you thrive in that energy. It does. Okay, so the King of Pentacles. It's funny because they think that you are doing so well. This journey might have inspired you to do better in life. Maybe take care of your health better, be a better person in a relationship, to, you know, potential romantic interests, or even your friends and family. That it might have helped you become more secure and stable in your work and your finances and your living situation. So they definitely feel like it's interesting that they think that you might be doing really, really well, but still this relationship scares you to death. That's just how they think, and what they think you think and feel about them. Let's see their actions towards you. Let's see what their possible action towards you is going to be. Three of Pentacles. They definitely want to work with you. Ooh, and the Ten of Cups. They definitely want to work with you in some sort of capacity. They think, I mean, they would love to like create a family with you, or in whatever way that would look for you in the best, highest, best way. But they are willing to work with you in any capacity, even if it's not in a way of like creating family together, even if it's just the two of you. They do want to offer you something romantically, to show you their intentions to be romantic with you. But I do feel like they've kind of suppressed their hopes that, you know, there is a possibility where you two create a family together, even if it's just you two, but even if it's like creating children together or combining families or whatever. They kind of put that hope and wish away, even though it's still strongly there. They try not to look at it. But they do want to offer you a romantic offer to show you that they do have romantic intentions towards you. But they are going to be willing to work with you in whatever capacity you will allow them. Even if it's just being friends or talking once in a while, they'll take anything, I'm getting at this point. And the Nine of Pentacles. I do feel like because we have the King of Pentacles and the Nine of Pentacles here, they do really wish to work with you, like literally, like on like in a business together. Yeah, not even in like the same company or in terms of a charity or something. Like, no, like legit a business. They do wish to work with you side by side on an actual business, whether you two would be heading that business in some way or just participating. They do want to work in some sort of, specifically a business with you. And I do get a startup kind of vibe. Okay, and so what actions do they think that you would take towards them, and what does your higher self think you should do? They're not sure. They're not sure. They feel like you might have thought about seeing them or talking to them or hanging out with them or moving this connection forward in so many different ways throughout the years or months or time that you've known each other. But they can't know which one you would actually do. 10 of Cups in reverse again. Okay. They do feel like you are hoping to create a family with them, and therefore, like, you know, getting married or like becoming some sort of home unit with this person. I don't know why I'm speaking so awkwardly about creating a family with them, but I feel like that's how they feel. I feel like that's how your energy feels too. It's kind of both of you are kind of like still feeling a little awkward around each other, not completely knowing how the other person feels, feeling intense, very loving, very passionate energy towards each other, but trying to not think about it too much because it's been a very long time and you both are kind of like, you know, trying to be okay with it. Whatever happens, whatever happened. Okay. What are your guides? I think you should do 3 of Swords. We have the 3 of Swords here. Scream and shout, let it all out. I'm hearing. The Devil, yeah. There is a lot that needs to be released in regards to this person. And they feel like the action you need to take is to keep releasing in cycles until it's been healed and managed. And if you are kind of towards the end of the cycle of your journey, then it's going to be like one last time. Any residual, lingering resentment, anger, negative energies or feelings you feel towards this person and this connection. If you're at the beginning of your journey, you know, get comfortable. It's going to be a ride, but every time it's cathartic and you get beautiful new things from the divine, new energies, new gifts and miraculous like discoveries about yourself and your life purpose and where to move forward. If you're in the middle of your journey, I love you. You're protected. Your angels, your guides are always there helping you along the way, and they are telling you, you know, you just gotta, you know, like, you just gotta keep going until the water runs clean, you know? The water runs clear. You gotta keep going. Like, what else are you gonna do? Just live in misery? Like, what are you gonna do? Stop halfway? Like, you just gotta keep going, you know? And you're not alone. So many of us have gone through it, and it's torturous. It's not for the faint of heart for a reason, but you come out the other end with your soul and heart purified. And that is a difficult journey. But I said this recently to a twin flame, but it's kind of like, what else are you going to do with your life? This is the highest and most beautiful, best destiny you can have, life purpose you can have in this lifetime. You know, at some point you're going to feel honored and blessed to have gone through it. And you only have to go through it once. I definitely tell people, like, you know, you go through it and you're done. You don't have to go through it again, okay? So, and then you're purified in this love sense. So you're, you know, it's so worth it. It's the greatest thing I feel that any person can do in this lifetime. Keep going. We've all been there. Get some support. You know, get some tools, spiritual tools for your toolkit. Rituals, routines, basics. We all, you know, no matter where you're on your journey, we all need to be reminded of the basics. That's why it's important to talk to people in all levels of the spiritual journey. You know, but then keep things like, you know, things that you have to kind of just, some people aren't going to understand, you know, and like you have to make sure that you're not going to go into some sort of spiritual psychosis or start like, you know, all these phases. For new words came out specifically because people were coming into this energy too much, like liminal and, you know, unrequited love and everything. It's like, yeah, people go through it, but the way that twin flames go through it is intense. I feel like if you're getting off your rocker, hit up someone spiritual, talk to a spiritual friend, or, you know, like touch base with reality. There's something that twin flames and spiritual folks do a lot. When they're on their journey, it would just go into their higher chakras so much, but your physical body is just as divine, has just enough as much divine energy as your higher aspects. So you have to ground yourself constantly. And like there's something that Bashar said, but it's like, you know, you constantly go into the higher realms, and you have to go back down to kind of ground it, and then you go back up, get all the energy, the information, the creative energies and higher guidance, and then you have to ground it. But every time you come down, it's not you're going down all the way, you're moving up a little bit more and little. It's kind of like a ladder. And so the energies are in ebbs and flows. Cycles come in, like, you know, cycles happen. You have to like learn to work with your cycles, see when things happen for you, how often. Journaling is the biggest thing that helped. Oh my God, is journaling helpful? And then you look back at random times, you'll be guided like, oh, around this time when the moon was in this energy in this sign, or when Venus was in this sign, I was going through this kind of inner work, and you kind of figure it out. Or you'll just be guided to a random journal entry. It's like, wow, like this was a really helpful entry that I wrote that helps me with now in my problem right now. And yeah, just journaling is great tool. Talking to you guys, asking for help. You're not gonna get any help if you don't ask. It's like you have free will here. Ask you guys and higher self for help as much as you can. Of course, if you start using spiritual tools too much for little details that don't matter, you're gonna stop getting the information that you need. Same thing works for tarot readings. Like when you really need a message and you're genuine and looking for a genuine guidance, like you'll be given a tarot reading that you actually need. But other times, like if you're just reaching, you just want to hear nice things here and there, like you're not going to get the reading that resonates, you know? Sometimes it's good to kind of like listen to reading that will keep you in a positive state of mind, especially if you need it. But if you don't absolutely need it, like work on being stronger, you know, work on your discipline, you know, work on helping someone else, work on your purpose. Like, you know, you got to figure these things out, right? Yeah, so definitely there's a cycle ending in your twin flame journey. So all this kind of inner work is going to be coming on depending on where you are in your journey. It's going to be different. But it is a definite sign that you are moving forward. This is like you have to always change your perspective. It's like, yeah, it sucks sometimes and doing this inner work, but that you know you're moving forward. You're not staying. If you have the same cycle, like same lessons repeating, then it's like, okay, you're not getting something, right? But sometimes you have to repeat releasing things. For example, if like a loved one passed away, wouldn't you give yourself time to release that? And yes, like sometimes the same inner work is sometimes different a little bit the next time around, but you know, maybe work on different aspects, maybe you see different things next time, and it gets lesser and lesser and less frequent, right? That's kind of how I view the twin flame journey sometimes, just like the death of a loved one. But, you know, what it mirrors is the death of the old version of you, as you kind of also use your twin flame as a mirror to go to that higher version of yourself, your higher self, right? Merge with that higher aspect of yourself that you always knew you could be. That's what you're being led to, this higher aspect. You know, it sucks, twin flame, is that people awakening after us, after our wave, they're going to be able to go through this much faster and quicker because of our work. But hey, you have a special type of soul, purified in a special different way. Your energy is definitely way more powerful because you've went through this mostly on your own, right? All right, Pile 33, I hope this resonated and eased your mind a little bit and felt a lot of warmth from your guides and your angels and even from me and the divine messages here to kind of show you that you're safe, you're protected, you're loved, and you're encouraged, and they're proud of you incredibly for moving through this journey. And you're always looked on by your guides and your ancestors and your twin flames, higher self, with complete admiration and love and respect, and lots of love and hugs and kisses so you can keep going through it and moving through it. And things do ease up and things do end and things do get better and good things do come in immediately after doing the inner work with regards to it. Not like forcing yourself to do it whenever it feels, when it intuitively feels right? All right, pile 3, there's a few more sections. You can pick the same number, you can pick a different number, it's up to you, and I'll see you over there. Hi, beautiful pile 44 with a Chariot card. We're looking at the thoughts, feelings, and actions towards you. I'm using my original classic spread that I've used from day 1. And I'm going to have the Divine Feminine on the left side, Divine Masculine on the right side, or you can see these both aspects of yourself, both aspects of your person, or both. You can see it as you and them. You can see it as both of your energies, but one's a little bit more on this side, one's a little bit more on that side at this time. Or you can see it as the person who's more in their spiritual energies at this moment on the left side, whoever's on the more action, physical energies on the right side, however you want to split it up. But we're going to start with the energy of the connection first. So what is the energy of this connection? Oh, wow. The 2 of Cups. Okay, there's harmony, there's union, there is unity. Wow. There's communication, there's energy flowing between the 2 of you. I'm seeing the infinity sign here. There is equal love, equal amount of effort and energy poured in from both sides, and it's kind of, there's like an upkeep of the bond and energy between the 2 of you because both of you are kind of flowing in this give and take energy with each other. Wow, flowing communication, really, really centered in this connection, feeling the divine energy between the 2 of you within each other and how special this connection is. For a lot of you, this is because you've reached a union within yourself, within the divine and feminine aspects within yourself, the spiritual and physical planes, the good and the bad, the ebb and the flow, the this and the that, the light and the dark, whatever. All of these, you've reached a unity consciousness. And if you're not already in union, physical union with your person, you sure will be very soon. But the energy between the 2 of you has already started to connect and come into union because you come into union with yourself. This aspect of source energy and source energy itself, you've created a bond between you and your higher self. You and the dualistic aspects of yourself, you created a unity aspect for every dualistic aspect of yourself. And so has your person. And that's why you're connecting on the energetic plane already, coming together in union if you haven't already been together. Because I feel like for a lot of you, you are already connecting. And if not, very, very soon. You're already talking to each other energetically. Yeah, energetically, you two are already connected, already starting to connect to each other. Wow. All right, so how do they feel about you? Okay, they have an immediate answer. They're excited to come in. They've been waiting a very, very long time to come to you. And they can't wait to come in. The Sun card is a yes, confirmation of the energies, but also they're very excited. They're very excited. And they feel like every day, every passing day, they're just more excited and they're more ready and they're better prepared and more in love with you, whether you know this person or not, every single day. So how do they feel about you? More and more excited, more and more aware, more and more clarity is coming in, more and more excitement and passion. Their light has been ignited, the fire has been ignited, and they are ready to dive into something that they love, that they're passionate about. I do feel like they've been waiting a long time for that passion to reignite within them as well. And that's how they know that you're around the corner, because they're feeling this energy that they haven't felt for a long time, and that's passion. And they know that you are the cause of that. That they definitely feel that your energy is, they're connecting to your energy, and that's why they're feeling that, and it feels intense. I do feel like they are feeling a lot of like sexual energy, sacred sexual energy coursing through them, because the sexual energy is more sacred, it's more pure, it's more divine, and it's intense, and it's different than sexual energy that they felt before, or usually feel. Wow. Intense. Okay, and what about their thoughts? What are their thoughts towards you? Ooh, yeah, a lot of passion. They can't wait to I'm getting to link up your shadow aspects together, because I feel like they're just starting to express their shadow aspect in a more evolved way. So a lot of us, when we go into a 5D energies and therefore are ready to connect with our divine counterparts, because you can only connect with your divine counterparts when you're in 5D energies. A lot of us connect with our twin flame or divine counterparts only when we can manage to hold that really, really high frequency energy, but we can't manage to hold it for too long. That's why we kind of in chaser runner dynamic a lot in the beginning of our journeys. But then we figure out that, like, the twin flame is just a reflection of us. The best way I can describe it is if you have a candle lit in a glass jar, and you're looking at the reflection of the flame, and it dances with your flame, this reflection, but you can't see the rest of it, the wick or anything else. That's your twin flame. It's a reflection of you. It's the same energy, right? And it's hard to come together unless you're in a different plane of existence. Like, you have to be in because in the 3D world we just see them as a reflection, so it's like hard. It's like, how can you be with your shadow or your ghost or your it's like how can you be with that reflection? It's like ever elusive. It's imaginary. It's divine. It's like you can be with that energy, but you just have to be in a higher plane of existence or higher level of energy, higher level of thought. And so they really want to get grounded with you, because I do feel like they have just stepped into 5D energy, and so they're probably in the process of bringing everything physical around them to a 5D energy. So this is the spiritual pile, right? This is the pile that you have probably been with me since my twin flame reading days, or if not, you found me at a time where you're a very highly spiritual person, right? And you've been on the spiritual journey for a very long time, are very aware of these. You're spiritually evolved, so you understand. If you're on my wave, you're the wave right before this great awakening is happening, which is like the collective going through awakening together, the spiritual journey together. They chose to have the experience, whereas many of us on the wave right before and the waves before that went on this spiritual journey mostly alone. There aren't many resources around when we were going through it, not many people we knew that were going through similar experiences, so on and so forth. So they want to really ground their energy, because they just went into the 5G energy, and it's kind of like you don't just grow in one direction, you grow in both directions. So the more high frequency energy that they are incorporating into their physical bodies, we know that there's a physical upgrade happening to our bodies that are moving into a higher frequency, and we don't have to die in order to do that in this particular time in human history. So we're going into a higher frequency, our bodies, and we're also infusing everything that we have, our physical homes, our furniture, everything that's physical also has divine energy in it. We're upgrading the divine energy in all the physical things around us. And as we do that, as we step into 5D energy, we also want to ground that energy as much as possible too. That's why we want to upgrade everything around us as well, because it's like hard to be a really high frequency energy in this physical world where, you know, a lot of people are still struggling with dark energies. So we need to create an environment around us that can sustain our really, really high frequency energy. And that includes not just our physical surroundings, but also having people, ideas, situations, opportunities that match that energy. So we have here, they really need to ground. They really want to ground. Their sexual energy is like they're desiring that carnal, human, but sacred sexual intimacy with their divine counterpart, but they're also craving all the divine luxuries in life, you know, the finer foods and the finer pieces of art and more beautiful natural surroundings and high frequency land. They're craving all these like high frequency physical things. Interesting. Okay, some cards want to come out. Okay, they're looking for you. They're physically looking for you. They don't know where you are, who you are, who's calling to them, what leads to follow. But they know you exist, and they know that you equal ultimate happiness. So they're searching for you, but they don't know who you are. So for this pile, you have released any expectations in regards to your twin flame. You're open to, in whatever form they come, and whatever the universe has for you must be for the highest and best good. And your twin flame is in the same boat. They're definitely kind of like, I'm following my heart. I'm following the signs, synchronicities, my guidance. And I don't know what I'm looking for exactly. Am I looking for a physical place or a physical opportunity that will lead me to this person? Or am I creating a life first or an environment first for them to come into? Or am I being directly led to them? No idea. Is this the person I think I have in mind? Is it someone else? I have no idea. But I feel like I'm being led and I'm just following my intuition. No idea. No idea what this is going to look like. Not a clue. So their thoughts on you. I'm ready. And we got this. I want you. Let me have you. Also kind of came up, but I lost the cards. They're ready. They're ready to find you. They're ready to start this life. They don't know what it looks like, what it will involve. They just know they're ready, and they know, they trust their guidance. They trust the universe so much that like they know they'll be led the way. Yep. And they are being led the way. Anything that comes up, they just take the lead, take action on it. Any idea that pops up, action. Idea, action. Like they just are following their guidance. And it's because they have this kind of like balance of like, they have such a high frequency state of mind now. They're keeping it consistently. That's what 5D is, being consistent and holding that higher level of thinking. Anytime some sort of physical task comes up for them, they're on it. They do it. They complete it. Any inner work, done. Any action to take, done. Big or small, they're on it. They're ready. They're looking for you. Okay, and so let's quick look into your thoughts and feelings and what they think you think and feel about them. So your feelings real quick. You feel kind of misplaced. Misplaced. Like you kind of feel like you left your home, but you haven't come home yet. You feel like you're just kind of wandering. After a major transformation. So you might feel like you kind of already left, energetically at least. Emotionally, you've tied up a lot of loose ends in terms of any emotional attachment, every emotional attachment, any and every emotional attachment. Do you understand what I'm saying, Twin Flame? You do not get to this level of union, this pure, sacred, divine love without dealing with every single emotional attachment that you've ever had. Being aware of it, doing the inner work, any trauma, anything you had to release that no longer serves you, every person in your life that ever came through, any experience that had an effect on you in this lifetime, in previous lifetime, in your ancestors' lifetime, your future lifetimes. There is, in your land, anything you've owned that would have something to you. You can't get to this kind of physical union, this pure, this sacred, divine love without any and every type of emotional work you can do, inner work that you can do. All right? And if that scares you, this file isn't for you. This is for my highest and best, my most evolved, highly spiritual brothers and sisters. All right? This is divine work. This is, you completed your initiation. And you're ready. You're ready. You're moving into 5D. You know it. You can see it. Okay. Your thoughts, and then we'll go into what they think you think. Private victory. I do feel like you have been kind of getting small wins, and you're being guided. Your guidance is actually telling you not to share these wins. A lot of them I'm getting. A lot of small wins that indicate more wins to come. Don't share them. Okay? This is for you. This is for your future life. This is you moving forward. Let people think what they want to think. You don't even care what people think. That's how far you are. You don't care what people think. You let them think what they think. And it's especially good, actually, if they think you are where you left them thinking you were. That works in your favor, all right? Yes, confirmation, and also you have so much clarity. You know exactly what you're doing, exactly where you're going. Like your twin is taking any action that they know that comes up for them. It's coming up one by one. You are also doing the very same thing, because both of these are spiritual elements. And action oriented. So you're taking a lot of actions, they're taking a lot of actions as they come up. They are taking more of the physical, especially if they're the divine masculine, and you're taking more of the emotional, spiritual, mental type actions. The ideas, the vision, the plans are coming together for you, whereas like more of the physical stuff is coming together for them. But it kind of works hand in hand, because when you two come together, oh, magic. You know, because you've been doing a little preparation here and there. They've been doing a little preparation. Both of you have some sort of clue, but you're going to come together to make it make sense. Okay? And you can physically see these things happening in your life right now. So what do they think that you feel for them right now? What do they think you feel about them right now? Confidence. They definitely feel that you are feeling very confident. And if they were to come into your life right now, you are cool, calm, collected, and you can make magic happen. That you can take it on. You're in a really good place, and you'd be able to take them on for sure. And the 7 of Wands, I'm getting, because we're in between the 6 and 8 here, I definitely feel like it's an emphasis on communication privately together. Okay, so I definitely feel like you would definitely, I feel like the 7 is emphasizing these two because it's a clarifier card. It's between if a number comes up that's like one less or one more than the main card, I take it as like a boost to the main card. So this is kind of like a boost to these two energies, and I get private conversations and very positive, progressive, like they're helpful, forward moving conversations, and very fun, very loving, very playful, and enjoyable conversations. So that's how you feel if they were to come into your life right now. And what about thoughts? What do they think you would think about them in this connection? Maybe, and it came out face down and in reverse. So it's kind of like you might not know it yet, but you probably would keep them on the hook for a little bit. You'd play it cool. Again, cool, calm, collected. You wouldn't give it up to them that easily. I feel like you would let them kind of sweat it out, enjoy the chase for a bit. Don't come off too easy. Don't come off too... and that's kind of the play, because you're being asked by your guides to kind of keep everything kind of under wraps. And so, obviously, if you were to meet your twin, your divine counterpart, now you'd probably want to... you'd probably take your advice from your guides and apply it here too, and it would be beneficial. In fact, most successful, not just twin flame, but divine counterpart and soulmate connections, specifically soulmate connections that I've seen, so like twin flame and divine counterparts are like highest level of soulmate connections, right? But a lot of soulmate connections that I've seen come together, it's not just we're together now, okay, and that's it. There's a little bit of getting adjusted to each other's energies, and there's playful energies for sure in the beginning, because it kind of indicates like there's a certain amount of like respect and value you give to someone who understands their value. Right? So you know that already. You already know. Even if you don't have this person on your radar, you already, your person already knows how you would act before you even do. Isn't that funny? And yeah, conversation, which way? Okay. Yeah, conversation. That keeps coming up. It's kind of like you would have endless things to talk about. You would have so many things to talk about, and you'd want to keep talking to each other. So as soon as you come into each other's lives or come back into each other's lives, it's going to be like nonstop messaging each other, calling each other, wanting to hang out and talk to each other, talk about the future, talk about what you've been up to, talk about anything and everything, for sure. Okay, and then action. What are their actions towards you? Six of Pentacles. Honestly, they would give you anything that you would ask for. But they're trying not to give that away. They would do anything that you would ask for, but they're trying to play cool and not try to tell you that right away. Actions towards you. Yeah, they're obviously in love and they choose you, and like reunion, yeah. They'll do anything to keep you, anything to keep you happy, make you happy, anything to keep this connection continuing to flourish. And what about you? What action do they think that you would take towards them? And then what would your higher self want you to do? Nine of Pentacles, that you would start decorating your home. You would start getting the home ready, getting your life ready, involving them in it without, even if you two, before you two even start like going on the first date or make anything official, you would already start kind of prepping the home or prepping your life for both of them. It's like, oh yeah, I already put down the money for the venue for a year and a half now, or like, oh, I already planned the vacation for next summer. It's like, we haven't even gone on a first date yet. It's like, yeah, but I know. Like, you might not tell them right away, but like there'll be signs. There'll definitely be signs. Yeah, because like I feel like you specifically felt kind of like you're kind of disoriented because like you haven't felt at home for such a long time, especially if you identify as divine feminine. You definitely have been feeling kind of out of place, especially because you're highly, highly spiritual, and you're as a divine feminine, you'd be connecting with your spiritual and emotional energies. And then the environment we're in right now, like if you look at 3D Earth and most of the places on the planet right now, it's kind of very, very masculine and unhealed masculine energies. So it's like really difficult for a high frequency feminine to kind of live and exist in this kind of land. And so the divine feminine, as soon as they feel kind of the masculine energy around, they'll start upgrading everything around them because they want to get that sense of home. I mean, it's not like you're going to be moving right together immediately. It might or might not, but like you definitely start feeling like it's time to move towards that direction. And then what kind of action does your higher self want to take? Yeah, working with your person. They definitely, like, I feel like you would want to anyway, but like kind of working with your divine masculine or working with your twin flame to figure out what they like, and kind of making moves like already, but not like big moves, and not like in a way that'd be uncomfortable, but in small ways, listening to them, making adjustments, kind of jumping into that energy, but not in like big drastic moves, but like in little ways, just to kind of I feel like you've been waiting for that. You want to get started day one or something like that. Okay, yeah, because I feel like divine feminine definitely just needs to close out the last cycle. Yeah, especially if both of you are closing out the 3D life and 3D cycle, major cycle. I feel like the divine feminine is the person that's going to feel any lingering negative effects of that cycle or past life or energy from the 3D, and wanting to kind of get away from that. Whereas the masculine is kind of just feeling the warm embrace of like the 5D energies or the feminine energies. The divine feminine is there, but I'm getting it's going to take a second for the masculine to kind of create that 5D environment for the feminine. So the feminine is getting started in whatever little ways that they can. All right, Pile 44, I hope you enjoyed this main reading. And there are a few sections for additional divine insights below. You can pick the same pile number, or you can pick a different one and listen to your intuition. And I will see you there. Hi, beautiful Pile 11. We're looking at what's helping and what might be blocking. So we're going to start with them. What might be blocking them from this connection, and then you, and then what's helping you and what's helping them come into this connection. So let's start with what might be blocking them, if anything. Okay, face down. Okay, Knight of Pentacles. Okay, this is kind of something that they probably won't tell you, but it's kind of like, if it's been a long time. If you pick this pile, it's been a long time. And so that's the kind of only block there, is the kind of like apprehension of like, it's been such a long time, like how do I even go about this? Will they be okay with this? And like, you know how if the longer you take to do something, that like more anxious you get about it. So that's the kind of only block that I'm getting from their side. And the Death card, and in hand, and they probably won't tell you this either right away, but they've just gone through a major transformation, and I'm getting it's still pretty new. And that's the only other thing that kind of might block them at this time, is that feeling that like I just made these big transformations. I mean, and granted, they've been doing a lot of work along the way, but it just feels like we saw that the World card, if you're following from the main reading, but like even if it doesn't, like they just made some huge changes, like a huge cycle just ended, and they just starting this new chapter in their life, and it just like it's just happening, and they just want to reach out to you like immediately as soon as it happens. And it's just like, you know, like sometimes when you just had that big kind of shift in your life, it's kind of, you have the energy and your excitement, but it's like things just changed for me. Like it's that's the kind of only energy I'm getting in terms of blocks. Let's see if there's any more. 4 Wands. Oh no, and then that's it. They're very excited for there being a potential for this turning into something more serious. They have their hopes high. I mean, they're trying not to, but like their hopes are pretty high in regards to this connection, that like things will turn out and you two will end up getting married and being together forever and living the rest of your days out. But they can't be too sure, and you know, they are trying to keep minimize any like stress and anxiety or hopes getting like effects of having their hopes too high in regards to this connection, but it's there. It's very big. All right, so what about you? Are there any blocks on your side towards this connection right now? Queen of Cups. Now, again, it's very light things. Like there's nothing big here, big blocking the two of you. The only thing from your side is like keeping up the self-love routine. I'm getting that you have been working on self-love very strongly, and Spirit just wants you to kind of continue that. So that I'm not seeing any blocks from your side either. It's just keeping up with your self-love and self-nurturing routines. Oh my goodness, Queen of Cups twice. What a confirmation. That like even when you start to date them or start connecting with them again, or start considering a connection here, or even enter a relationship with them, like, are you going to keep up your self-love, self-care, self-nourishing routines? Because you'll want to give that like love and nourishment and support to them. But you have to like kind of manage that for yourself as well if you want it to be healthy and equal when you're giving that as well. So that was a huge confirmation. Is there anything else? Knight of Swords and Hand. Not really. I think there's just kind of like there's this feeling of like you don't want to say too much, like, you know, there's this energy that you're kind of worried that you might say too much about what you've been kind of going through, and like kind of you want to watch what you say kind of thing. But again, not a big deal. It's just something that you're a little bit overexcited and overly critical of yourself about, but you can't really do any wrong here, you know? All right, so like, is there something helping them at this time, supporting them in this connection? What's helping them? Oh my goodness, the Union card. I love that. They're dead set on having this union. So I do feel like they do want to kind of just check up on you, and more than just kind of check up on you without telling you, they do have the intention of specifically reaching out, like physically connecting with you, physically hanging out with you, physically contact you and having a conversation with you. That is their intention, at least, that they're dead set on that. They don't have anything holding them back from doing that. No nerves, no stress about any potential negative outcome. They're pretty good about that. Okay, so any support, anything supporting them. Seven of Swords, no, they're pretty good. They are, I'm getting, they are very dead set on finding out more information. They are going to do that no matter what. And at the same time, the same breath, they would really prefer it if you knew and they contacted you, and more than that you two went out for coffee or, had a date or caught up in person. That's what they prefer. But I am getting that they are definitely going to 100% check up on you and see what you're up to. Okay, and you, what's helping you in this connection come towards them? The Moon card in reverse, and I hit this Nine of Wands. I definitely feel like you have a lot of clarity as well. The Seven of Swords, a lot of clarity. I feel like their clarity comes from getting a lot of physical information, and your clarity comes from more of the spiritual realm. Just getting a lot of clarity emotionally and spiritually. Yeah, you're no longer waiting, you're no longer resting. So I do feel like you know that your life is moving forward, and you've kind of completed some sort of major healing cycle, whether it was your spiritual journey or in regards to this twin flame journey. They're kind of like, the twin flame journey is part of the spiritual journey, or just like in every area of life. I do feel like a lot of strength in terms of your emotional well-being. And so I do feel like you've concluded some sort of huge emotional healing cycle. And so you have a lot of clarity that no matter what happens in your life next in terms of love, you're ready for it. You're so ready for it. You can feel it. You can feel it foundationally that you're different than just a couple of months ago, than just the last date you had, or the last person that was interested in you or you were interested in, or last relationship for sure. But everything is so completely shifted in terms of your emotional foundation now. It's like set, like the concrete has cured, it's done. Let's see. Wow, Knight of Wands. Yeah, let's see if there's anything else here. This card wanted to come out. And the Chariot. Wow. Okay, so I do feel like you definitely feel like you're attracting a lot of energy right now. So you are in a very receptive feminine mode. And you are, I feel like, getting a lot of looks, so you can tell that your energy has definitely shifted. And this happens throughout your journey, the twin flame journey, your spiritual journey, where when you're in that really high frequency energy, or when you feel very confident and strong in your divine authentic energies, like you tend to kind of have people look your way, right? But this is more sustained because I feel like the foundation, like we said, has finally cured. And so this is going to be a normal occurrence for you until you're kind of tied down, because that kind of changes your energy too. When you kind of choose someone as a mate and they choose you, that changes your energy a little bit. But I do feel like your energy is on full blast right now. It's signaling to almost every passerby, not everyone, but people who can pick up on that high frequency energy. Not everyone is, unless they're in that high frequency energy. Some people might notice that, like, oh, there's something about her, but for people to really get to get your attention, have to be in somewhat closer to your frequency, and that things are about to like pop off, because like both of you have kind of entered this energy where it's like you just started this brand new cycle after completing very, very big, major cycles, many of them. And so it's kind of, like things are going to happen very quickly now. Very quickly in terms of love. You know it, they know it. Both of you kind of have a hint, a clue. You're getting so many signs and synchronicities from your guides about this, probably for a long while now. Months even, probably. But yeah, things are about to move very, very quickly for the both of you. And the blocks, there's not really any blocks here. And in terms of what's helping you is they're dead set on some sort of connection in the physical. They don't want to just check up on you. They rather kind of really check in with you in person. Or as much in the physical as they possibly can. Messages or seeing you would be ideal. And for you, you could tell that your energy shifted, and I feel like you're kind of getting comfortable with that and recognizing what that means and knowing that things are moving pretty quickly. All right, beautiful pile 11. There are more sections below if you want more additional divine insights, and so I'll see you there. Hi, beautiful pile 22. We're looking at blocks and support, what's might be blocking them at this time or you at this time in this connection, what might be helping you, what might be helping them in regards to this connection at this time to give you more divine insights into this connection at this time. So let's start with their blocks. Is there anything blocking them from this connection at this time? See the World card. Okay. So this is a really big one, and it's the one main big one, and it's basically they feel like they'll have to change their entire life to be with you, and they're not sure if they're so willing to do that, but at this point, like, you kind of open their minds and their hearts up to something so beautiful and incredible, a new way of living, a new way of being, that they can't ever see life the same again. Like, they're always going to feel like they're in a less than life unless they work towards that beautiful, magnificent life. And the only way to kind of access it or attain that life right now is with you or through you. And so this is kind of like a major block, but also like a major thing that's helping them in this connection right now, is that you open their mind up to this kind of new, beautiful life that they never really considered before. Now that they know they can't go back, you know? So and there's a little bit of frustration, and there's a little bit of like, well, I'm mostly great gratitude towards you and knowing this life, and kind of like a willingness to like go with it. And if that involves being with you, they're so for it. But they're not sure if they are like ready for it or if they can manage it. And that's a little bit of a block too. But we got the 10 of Cups here, and like the way that you describe it, they're like, it makes it feel like that's how I can be happy. That's the only way I can know how to be happy. And it's a dream. You sold them on a dream, and at this time they can only really see it with you because you're the only person they ever met that even dreamt of a life like that explained it to them, that showed them, that allowed them to visualize it. So at this point, you're the only one that they can see it with, and they believe that you're the only one person that they can have it with because you're the only one that can hold a vision like that. But they do see that, like, you see an extreme amount of happiness in this kind of life, and you know, when they're with you, they definitely can see it and feel it. When they're not with you, they're kind of feeling, what am I going to do with my life now that I know that? Also, can I even do it? And then they feel sad. Then they feel kind of like resentful towards you because you opened them up, and they're like, I only feel that when I'm with you, but when I'm not, I'm like, what is my life? This sucks, and I can't go back. And I don't know if I can do it. And I don't know if I want it. And then when they're around your energy, they're like, I can feel it. I know it. I believe it again, you know? So there's this little bit of back and forth right now. What about you? Is there anything blocking you in this connection at this time? Is there anything blocking you in this connection at this time? Okay, 9 of Wands. It's just that you've been kind of working towards this kind of life for so long. I feel like you're like, I'm so close. I'm almost there. I can almost see it, I can almost feel it. And you're kind of a little bit burnt out maybe, but you're chugging along, and you don't know if this person's going to be a little bit of a distraction, if they're going to be able to help you. You might feel a little bit resentful towards them that like you've been working so hard onto getting this kind of life, and they didn't really put in that much effort or work to achieve the same kind of life that you're manifesting. And so there's these little blocks in terms of your side. Yeah, that you've done all the work, and what do they do? Because you can like physically show them, like be like, this is what I've done, you know, these are the steps I've taken. And you know, it kind of turns you off in a way that like they can't, you know. So there's a little bit of like I worked hard for this, like you know, like what have you done to deserve this kind of thing, you know. Two of Swords. And also, you don't know if they can fully see the vision. Or contribute to the vision. It feels like, you know, you kind of gave them this like idea, and you're like, I feel like you were kind of hoping that they would be able to add to it, or like understand it, or like show something that they like understand your vision or want the same things or can add to the vision, and they haven't really given that. You open up their minds and heart. I don't think they even told you that much. And so you're kind of really at a loss of like, where are they in terms of this vision? You know, I gave them something, I gave them a little bit, but like, are they going to be able to match that? And what way? You know, like how are they contributing to this? You know, energetically, physically. And it's a Two of Swords. It's like a very minor energy, but the main thing is that like you did put a lot of work into attaining this life, and there might be you're kind of worried that you will resent them for not putting in as much work if you can't see it from their side, you know, down the line. Yeah, so contribution is a big one. Okay, and so let's see what's helping you. What's helping you at this time? Wow, okay. So they are contributing to some sort of stability in your life. Even if they don't always talk about the things that you want to talk about and share their ideas, the fact that they're even communicating with you and are there for you in whatever way they can be is very helpful to you. So even if you have like a problem going on, for example, with a friend or work situation, for example, say it's like a minor issue and you're like, let me see if they can help me with this. It's been on my mind so much. Maybe it'll help me to kind of air it out and discuss it with someone. And, you know, it's like 50-50. Sometimes they give you good advice, sometimes not. Sometimes it's not like very helpful what they say. It's kind of like, oh, should I even have told them? But the fact that they're even there to kind of just hear your concerns is so helpful to you. So I'm getting that's kind of a little bit of like how they're helping you. Yeah, they share what they can. They're there for you in whatever way they can be. And so that's something that you appreciate. What's helping you at this time? Page of Pentacles. And the fact that this is still kind of new and fresh feeling. This connection between the two of you is also helping, because I feel like you don't get as frustrated with them and you don't expect too much from them at this time, and you're still kind of like showing them like what kind of support you need and how you need it, and you're learning things about them too. So like the fact that this is still feeling new and fresh is kind of helping, because like you're realizing you're still learning stuff about each other, and that's very helpful, because you know you're kinder and nicer and more patient with people that you're just starting out with, right? And then also, yeah, less arguments. And I do feel like you kind of want to like move in with them, or move in towards like the next level of this connection. And you have brought that up, but you're not intensely expecting that or fighting over that, because this still has like a new, fresh feeling, this connection. Whether there's someone coming back or something new, or it's been a while but it still feels fresh. Like it does feel like you kind of keep yourself in check when it comes to demanding these things from them, because you still feel like, oh, it's still kind of new. Like, let me give them space. Let me be patient. Let me come at it with my heart space, And what about them? What's helping them in this connection at this time? Ooh, the same thing. Very similar energy here. Page of Pentacles. I do feel like they are totally on board with starting something new. And I feel like they want to keep that energy going, because it's like, it's so magical for them. So I feel like this like energy of like they're always around you, and they're still feeling butterflies in their stomach no matter how long it's been, and they still kind of are getting the courage to talk to you, and they feel like they say too much sometimes, and they're too overly romantic and all this stuff. But like at the same time, like they love being in this energy, and they're trying to like, they're not purposely trying to drag it out, but they're just kind of in it, they're just kind of in this energy. And I feel like, hey, if it feels magical and new still for both of you, they're definitely feeling it. Like, why not enjoy it, Yeah, Justice card came out in hand. I mean, they are just loving you right now. They feel like you're beautiful. Everything you say is beautiful. You can't do any wrong, that you're perfect. Let them think that for a little bit longer, as long as they possibly can, why not? What's also helping them at this time? Eight of Cups. They're slowly releasing everything that doesn't align with their authentic self and with this potential life with you. So they are doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes and releasing things, letting things go. And they're definitely working a lot on their self-care and healing, which isn't something that they have really done too much of in the past, but they're inspired by you. They're getting started with that kind of inner work. And they're enjoying discovering this part of themselves and enjoying their like more feminine energies or spiritual energies. They like being around you for that reason, and they like sharing with you everything that they kind of learn for themselves. They try to practice on you for example, if they found a new way to kind of practice self-love, they're so excited to share it with you, because like, this is how I show myself how I love myself. Like, let me show them. Like, maybe this is a way to show them that I love them. It's like so cute in that way. So like they're discovering this like, spiritual side of themselves, and they're still feeling very like butterfly in the stomach around you, and they see you imperfect right now. So, you might want to keep that going as long as possible. Pile 22. All right, pile 22, that is the second section. There are a couple more below, and you don't have to pick the same number if you don't want to, and I'll see you over there. Hi, beautiful pile 33. We're looking at if there's any blocks in this connection from them or on your side, or in what's helping you, what's supporting the both of you in this connection at this time. So we're going to start with their block, go to your blocks, go to what's helping you, and then what's helping them. So let's see, are there any blocks in this connection from their side towards you in this connection at this time? Face down. Okay. So something that's like kind of blocking them right now is that they kind of feel like they're floating in outer space. Like they feel like they've like jumped off this earth and they're ready to go to a new planet, a new home, but they haven't found that home yet. They haven't like landed. They haven't touched base. So they're just kind of floating, and it's a very uncomfortable feeling, just feeling like, what's happening with my life? What's going on? I'm no longer in my past life, but I'm not anchored into the new yet. So they feel very kind of uncomfortable in this like transitional phase. The High Priestess in hand, what is helping them is that they're connecting a lot to their higher guidance and their spiritual side, but at the same time, it's kind of making them feel like, am I going crazy? So they are kind of in this like floaty space. They are connecting to their higher chakras and their higher aspects, their spiritual side, their higher self, their higher guidance, but it's making them feel kind of crazy sometimes, you know, and it doesn't help that they don't feel anchored into something, like anything. They're like, if I had a clue of like what career to go into or where to live, or if I was already in a relationship with them, like things would be like feeling like, okay, I can handle this, but like they don't have that. So they just feel like they're floating, and they don't have a, like, they don't feel like they have their foot on the ground, a good footing. Like they can't touch base, they can't ground, you know. Uncomfortable after being up there for a long time when you have no choice, you know, like you feel like you're being abandoned in space. Like I feel like they followed their intuition, their guides, to be like, oh, let's, you know, move past your old self. And they're like, okay, and it feels so good in the beginning, and then they feel like panicky because like, you know, like I'm not used to being in the spiritual energy for so long. Like I need some concrete things. 7 of Cups. They don't have any clue what's going to happen in a lot of areas of their life. They have no idea what direction things are going to. And the thing is, it left so much behind, and in the hope that they would be guided to new things immediately, but it's not happening immediately. And they have no clue what's going to come next. And they're very uncomfortable with that energy. So that's one big block that they have in regards to this connection right now. Let's see if there's any blocks in regards on your side in regards to this connection. Very similar energy. Wow. Okay. Okay, so this card flew all the way to the right, which off the table for me that's a sign of something happening in the far future. But then as I went to go grab that card, my whole shelf full of like I don't know, maybe 30 plus decks. It's not my only shelf, but like one of my shelves holding like 30 plus decks all fell over. There's an intense amount of anger here, and I get it. Each of these piles is curated for people on different parts of their journey. At least that's what I kind of imagined happening. So this pile is definitely those in the thick of it. And I get it. You're angry, and there's so many people who are angry, who don't want to hear these things, but you're the ones who needed to hear it the most. And as someone who has a mastery in this energy and have done intensive research, and through my own experiences and through thousands and thousands and thousands of other twin flames experiences, like this energy needs to be out there, and I'm holding space for you. I can handle this. But someone needs to tell you, and I love you enough to do that for you, okay? So if you can be strong enough to finish listening to your pile, good on you. If not, no one's blaming you. You gotta do you. Like, do as much as you can, but do not shoot the messenger. I'm holding space for you in love, and so are your guides and your higher self, and even your twin flames higher self. And I'm channeled straight from source energy, so, you know, if there's that much hate and vitriol, like, you know, that's got to say something for you. You got to check yourself, you know, and not to say, like, so many of us have been in there. So much anger and hate towards your twin flame, towards this journey, towards people who read these messages. Like, I get it. Get over yourself, you know. At some point, you got to look at yourself, point the finger at yourself. Like, where am I triggering myself? What am I not seeing? And what do I need to work on? And you can continue being the same way, or you can listen to someone who's been in the same exact position and went through it all. Literally deep, intense fucking energy. All right, I even swore for you on this to show you we get it. We get it. All right. There will be clarity that comes in this connection. Absolutely, guaranteed. It's in the future. It's in the far future. And is that far future in a year from now or several years from now? That is determined by you. How much you're willing to do the work. That's it. Simple answer. And you can be angry all you want. Use that anger for something good. If you're gonna ruin your health and mental energies over something like this, do something to make it better. If you know you're an angry person, like, do the work, do the inner work, do some healing, do some trauma work, get some help, get some guidance into how to do these things. Keep working on yourself until you don't hate yourself and you don't hate your life and you don't hate this connection anymore. You know, and for some of you, that's a ton of work. And for some of you, it's something here and there, you know. 10 years since my dark night of the soul, 7 years since my spiritual awakening, but I dedicated my life. I, literally left my job. I started with nothing, like literally my money was cleared out. My health was the worst. I was in a very, very bad place mentally and just finished a really hardcore, difficult relationship, was releasing friends left and right, and in a really, really bad place, and I decided to dedicate my life to doing this healing. 7 works intensely every goddamn fucking day. God loving every day. And it takes work. Not saying that you're going to have to do that much work. I have my own, soul purpose and destiny, and this is what is required of me. But for you and for your life and your life purpose and what you want in love, yeah, you got to do some fucking work, right? That's what you don't just like get someone from doing nothing. If you think this person's so great, it's because you recognize something great in yourself. Right? If you think that person sucks, it's because you think there's something about you that sucks, right? If this is your twin flame, if this is the person you choose to be your absolute mirror, or is your absolute mirror, depending on if you are a twin flame or you adopted the twin flame template, then they have so much to teach you. And if that's like, if you're not willing to learn and grow as a person, even if you forget the spiritual part, even if you learn and grow as a person to be the best version of yourself, not perfect, best version of yourself, then you have no business in wanting someone like this or wanting a life like this. But now that you know it, you're not going to be able to think about anything else. So might as well do the goddamn fucking work. Sorry. There's so many twin flames that I met that are just like, can't get it through their head that the twin flame journey is very hard. You had to be extremely dedicated and persistent and disciplined and go through challenges that you never could have dreamt of. And to heal every last trauma that you have in your life. Every single one, starting with the most recent or the biggest ones, and then slowly working your way back. Even towards the end of my journey, I went back to for example, my first fear. And then one of the last things I do was any lingering areas, time frames in my life that were overshadowed by major traumas in my childhood and my recent past. So literally you keep going until there's nothing left to heal or to work on. You know yourself very well. You know what you want in a relationship. It's every day until the last day. And then even after that, you'll continue to do it, but not at the level that you have. Then you literally, like, life 1, life 2. You literally change lives. You literally step into that best version of yourself and the best version of your life. And then you continue to live from there. And you will be with your twin flame or someone of that caliber. Guaranteed. There is no choice but to keep going. If you know about this journey and you've adopted it and you heard about it, you're never going to get it out of your mind. Might as well do it. And it doesn't have to be a spiritual journey. You can call it a self-mastery journey. Or just a journey to figure out what meaning you give to life. What purpose you give to your life. And to figure out who you are. Because that's going to be different for a lot of people. Like, figuring out who you are, it's going to be different to different people. Some people want to figure out who they are in terms of what kind of lifestyle they want to live and what their diet is going to be and what kind of people they want around them. You know, and some people, it's going to be like what they want to dedicate their life working on and the bigger goal that they want to accomplish, or, you know, a very specific niche hobby, and to be able to work off-grid or not a 9 to 5. Like, it varies from person to person to find your self-identity and your purpose in life. And that is kind of simultaneously worked on while you heal your past trauma, because part of who you become and want to be is a reflection of what you went through as an experience and what you were born into, and you know, all these other main factors, what you're inspired by, your passions, all that kind of stuff, right? So this is the kind of work. If you don't like it, try something else, but I guarantee you'll come back to this, because there's no grander journey in life than the spiritual journey. There's no grander purpose. There's nothing that answers all your questions about life and helps you in the most powerful way. Everyone's on the spiritual journey, whether they know it or not. And that's why I think it's like one of the most important work that you can do, even if you're not in this career-wise, for yourself. I feel like I'm getting in touch with a lot of other readers out there, a lot of other tarot readers, or people who did work with twin flames or other spiritual people, and you feel where I had to come from. There's definitely people who are super angry and don't want to hear this. And there's also people who have dealt with other customers and clients and viewers and audience that I'm describing right now. Yeah, it's because it's at the point where you're kind of moving forward. 7 of Wands. You don't have to watch this in order, but that is definitely something that came up in the main read. And there is an energy of, again, 7 of Cups here, 7 of Wands. Like, I feel like all the options you have right now for you don't seem like the right choice. And there might be like one that it seems like the perfect choice, and you keep going after that one. So that's going to be a block for you. Or this can be vice versa, however you want to read it, whatever side resonates with you. But there's definitely an energy of like you're sticking to one. You're sticking to one idea of something. One idea of a twin flame, one idea of divine love, one idea of the perfect career or the perfect look for yourself, physical appearance, or one kind of lifestyle, or one kind of, you're not opening yourself up to what the universe has to offer. And you can see the mirror aspect here, because they're open to everything and they don't know what direction it's going to go to. And here you have a lot of options, a lot of ideas, you being the more intuitive one. And you're like, no, I want to stick to this one and this one only. And that closes your energy, and that makes you small, and that makes you closed-minded. You know, that's great. Everyone has that like one perfect house, or that one perfect guy or the girl, or one perfect career that they want. But like, you have to evolve past that at some point. You know, not everyone gets what they want. And of course, if there's something that you've been working on, and like it's like a hardcore goal that you've been working on for a very long time, of course you can manifest it, but will it be your highest and best? I remember there's this job that I wanted, you know, at a specific business, and I wanted it, and I applied for it, and I wanted it, and I wanted it so badly, and I kept thinking about it as like the perfect job, and I got it 4 years later. You know, I'm like, oh wow, this they have an opening, like perfect, and I applied for it, and I got it, and I was like, yes, I got that perfect job that I wanted, that I thought was perfect 4 years ago, but I never let it go. And so guess what happened? Tower moment, crash and burn, right? That was kind of like my life. Like I kept crashing and burning because I kept going into the wrong career, and I didn't learn. So yeah, got there, you know, I made waves, you know, whatever. But I crashed and burned because that was not the career I was supposed to go into. And so, you know, lesson learned, never went back, and kept moving into that new direction. Then I started listening to my intuition, right? So if you keep trying, if you don't evolve with spirit, even your dreams and what you want, your desires, you might not know what's out there for you, and what you thought you've always wanted might not be what you want right now. Things change, people change, circumstances change, energies change, so you have to kind of like check yourself, right? Okay, so what's helping you right now? Sorry, pile 33. I know it seems like I'm just like yelling at you, but I'm not. I'm yelling at people. I'm yelling at the very small percentage. It's like 0.02% of everyone that I've ever encountered here on my channel. And I love you all so much. But it's like a very small percentage, like 0.02 literally, of people who are just kind of like, nothing's up there, is there? You know, like they're not getting it. Like they have a very thick skull, and you know, there's some of us that have like, you know, we're stubborn in our beliefs and didn't want to change for a very long time, but eventually we started kind of opening up. But then there's some people who are just like, they're never gonna change, you know. And once in a while they'll come across my channel, I'm like, how did you even find me? Must have been when they raise their energies for like a second to just see what's out there, and then they're just hardcore. Like, I gave them their lesson though. I gave them their lesson. I'm not afraid of calling anyone out if I had the time. Okay, what's helping you? What's helping you in this connection at this time? The Fool. New start. Yeah, we saw there's a new opportunity coming your way. It's a new opportunity coming your way, and it requires you to leave something behind. Leave an old way of thinking of things, old belief system, old goals, old way of perceiving something. There's something that you have, something coming through that requires you to leave something in the past behind. 10 of Wands. But this time it's not going to be so hard to do that, because it will be very clear, and kind of like lights will be placed upon this path for you to kind of follow. So it'll be very obvious to you what the next steps would be, and all the way up until the goal. So it'll be kind of like shown to you in a way, this new opportunity that's like, okay, this is what I'm going to have to do along the way to reach this goal, and this is a straight path there, and it's all lit for me. It's going to be that obvious for you, so it's going to be easier to kind of let your guard down and trust this path that the divine has laid out for you. Yeah, but there is a little bit of sadness of leaving something behind. I'm going to pull one extra card just to see what exactly it might be that you're leaving behind. And the Queen of Wands. We have the Wands here, the Seven of Wands, the Queen of Wands. Okay. Something public, I'm getting. So something public facing. So like, it could be a social group, a social situation. So friends, and family. It could be a lifestyle. It could be a job or a career. It could be where you currently live, especially if it's somewhere you feel comfortable and some people know you and things. It could be somewhere where things are comfortable and come easy to you, or you've kind of become like the top dog there. Like people know you, you do well, you're prosperous, you're successful, you enjoy it because it's comfortable. It could be a physical appearance, and it could be all the above. Yeah, something that's like comfortable, something you're known for, somewhere people see you a lot, and something that you're really good at and have become comfortable with. You know, that's what change requires, right? Is to go into the new, which can be uncomfortable, even if it's good for you, right? Okay, so what's helping them come into this connection better now? Four of Swords. I said Four of Wands, which is the happy marriage, happy home card, right? I do feel like they're taking more action in regards to marriage and living with someone and coming into a more secure, serious relationship. Even if they were in one before, I feel like they're letting their guard down, because I feel like they were so guarded in that aspect. In terms of commitment, because they were so let down in the past in regards to that they're kind of letting their guard down in regards to that now. So that's really helpful for you and for this connection, that they are open to that now, opening themselves up to that. And they're going to meet you. Their path is opening up to your path. Both of you are moving forward. And I do feel like you're being kind of led the way, and you're like, I'm comfortable with this trail. It looks good. Like, I'm going to enjoy this because it's like lit, and you're like, it's nice for you to have physical evidence of like, and physical like steps of what you're going to be doing. So you're kind of enjoying it. You want to take in the scenery, and you're like enjoying this path. Whereas for them, it's being mirrored to them as in, I'm getting vigorous curiosity or something. I don't know where that come from. It's just kind of, they're kind of excited. I feel like it's like, you know how sometimes, like, for example, if you got out of a really difficult relationship, you're like, this sucks. Like, I don't even know how long it will be until I'm ready to kind of date again. Like, I'm definitely not ready right now. And then one day it just like hits you. It's like, I think I'm ready. And then you get kind of excited. It's like, oh my goodness, I think I'm ready. Like, like I didn't know when it was gonna happen, but it's here, and now I'm ready, and let's go, let's party. And so that's how I feel like for them, because they start this thinking about like, oh, you know what, yeah, it'd be nice to live with someone, to get married, and have a special someone, and be in a serious relationship. I think my heart is ready for it. They're like, really? My heart's ready for it? Okay. And they run with it. They're like, yeah, let's do this. Like, and so they're like making moves and taking action in regards to kind of prepping themselves for that in their life, which is very exciting for them and very exciting for you. The Lovers card. Yeah, they're ready. I feel like they're like, seeing a lot of romantic stories on TV or in books or in stories and games, whatever, and they're opening up to that idea again. It's like inspiring them. They're allowing themselves to feel and be excited for romance again. So their heart is opening up in a lot of ways, which is why the path was even opened up for you. See how it gets mirrored in that way? Yeah, and definitely they're looking for a wifey material or a hubby material. They're definitely looking for someone to, even before that, they're excited for like the beginning part. They're excited to feel the intimacy and feeling that strongly for someone again. They're just excited for that. I mean, of course their goal is like to, you know, get into a more serious connection again, but I feel like they're just letting like love inspire them at this point, because they're just so incredibly excited about that alone. Yeah, they're ready to open up, take risks, take small steps toward that energy. They are willing to work towards commitment, serious long-term physical commitment. Wow. All right, pile 33. Sorry if anything came off too harsh in this reading. Of course, not everything is for every single person that picks this pile. Takes what resonates. I hope you enjoyed my little, like, you know, chastising people who don't belong in this community of ours, our sacred, beautiful, highly divine community. You know, someone needs to like kick them out once in a while, and I'm not afraid to do that to protect my beautiful loves, my beautiful soul family, my beautiful brothers and sisters. I love you so much, and I will defend you till the end of time. You know, I love you that much, and all of you do understand this journey and what it takes, and you're not alone. And for those that don't, you don't belong here. Stay out of my friend's hair. Okay, so there are some more sections down below if you're interested, and you don't have to pick the same number if you don't want to, but I will see you there. Hi, beautiful pile 44. We're looking at if there's any blocks or supports for you and your person in this connection at this time. So we're going to start with their blocks, your blocks, what's helping you, and then what's helping them. So let's get started with if there's anything blocking them from this connection at this time. Is there anything blocking them in this connection at this time? That's a nope. It came out face down, so the only thing that could be possibly blocking them is I'm thinking, is there anything blocking me? Because I feel like in the past there were, and I do feel like this person, they would watch tarot readings, they would get, they would check their astrology, they would listen to a psychic or intuitive hits or sign synchronicities. So they probably have felt like blocks come up that someone told them or that they found on their own. It's like, oh, this is a block of mine I have to clear. So they're probably used to doing that kind of inner work in regards to love, in regards to the twin flame, or in life in general. And so the only slight, not even block that they might have is that them thinking there could be a block because there has been in the past. But no, there's no blocks. The Tower, everything is kind of cleared. And that's why magic is happening right now. Oh my gosh. Okay. So, yeah, what's happening? The Wheel of Fortune, yeah. The Magician, the Tower, the Wheel of Fortune. Something is happening in this connection right now, especially from their side. There's no blocks. There's absolutely no blocks. There's so much powerful, healed, beautiful divine energy behind them in regards to this connection. Something beautiful, magical is happening literally right now as you're watching this reading. It might have happened a little bit before, yesterday, might happen a little bit in the future, a day or two from now, but literally right now. It's happening literally right now. Wow. I don't usually say timing unless Spirit gives it to me clear. Because like divine timing, you know, it's like, oh, when you finish this kind of inner work, then this will manifest. And I can give like a range wherein Spirit will tell me like, oh, it might manifest like 6 to 8 months for you, because that's probably how long most of your timelines say that you will finish this inner work. but it depends on you. But if they give me a specific date or a specific time, they mean business. They mean it. So like literally right now, like today, right now, or a day ago, 2 days ago. I mean, a day or two from now, but like literally right now. Okay, wow. So are there any blocks from your side in this connection? Nope. Coming in now. Wow. Like literally, it's so many times. Coming in now, coming in now, coming now. The Six of Pentacles and the Knight of Swords showed up. So it's kind of like, again, they're coming to share something right now. Like literally say something to you right now. I always see the Knight of Swords as communication, but usually like message or phone or something like that. No, literally coming in now. I don't know why I'm saying literally, so weird. Like Rob Slow character. Okay, King of Cups. And you actually might feel it around the time it happens. Wow. You might get it like us. Definitely, your energy will alert you to the fact that they're gonna come say something to you. It's a physical message. 3 of Pentacles. Everything's stopping and going. I'm getting like time is standing still. It's like everything is happening and then nothing is happening at all. It's gonna feel bizarre. It's going to feel very bizarre. Time is going to look so funny. Yeah, you're going to definitely notice it. Like something weird is up. Okay, interesting. So what is helping you at this time? What's helping you at this time in this connection? Wow. Okay, 3 cards kind of just popped up. Death. High Priestess, and the World card. Wow. Look at this heavy energy, this major arcana energy. Crazy. Okay. So what's helping you right now is you went through a major transformation. You definitely cut ties with anything you need to cut ties with. With finality. People, places, things, jobs, careers, habits, everything and anything. Hardcore. You don't get to a twin flame union without this kind of hardcore dedication. Hardcore. This pile, if you know, you know. Usually the 4th pile is like the highly spiritual one, And I kind of knew, I'm like, this is gonna be the twin flames that come into union, which is very rare. They're connecting with you telepathically. They're connecting with you spiritually. When they come through, they're going to be coming to you with these spiritual ideas, concepts. Like, let's manifest together. Let's visualize together. Let's live this kind of lifestyle. Let's can you tell me more about your spiritual experiences, healing, purging? Like, they're gonna use some of these words. That's gonna be your sign. World card, completion, because both of you are at the same place right now. Both of you are entering 5D, just entered it, or just about entering it. I do get, it's so funny because a lot of people have been entering 5D from my wave and earlier recently, and it's kind of like you step in the door for a second just to test it out, and then you like kind of look back, rear view mirror, you look back through the door to the 3D, and then you look forward into the 5D again, and then you look back to the 3D. And it's kind of like you're in the 5D energy, but you keep looking back just to see like what, that is so crazy. This side is like rainbows and sunshine, and that side is like, Armageddon. It's just like, what the heck is this? And like you just kind of, this energy of like you've crossed the threshold, and as you get closer to that door, that gateway, you kind of like start feeling the energy. And then even as you pass the threshold, you kind of feel the 3D energy as you're leaving it. It's this kind of weird, like time warp, Stargate type energy, and it's just kind of bizarre. And I definitely feel like my dorky voice came out for a second. Sorry. I definitely feel that the both of you are, because you're kind of entering this 5D energy at the same time. Like that's why you two are finding each other very quickly. I mentioned this in a reading a while ago, but it's kind of like, yeah, as soon as you cross the 5D energy threshold, like you connect with your twin flame or your divine counterpart immediately. So first person, you start to connect to and kind of gravitate towards and like find on the other side. Okay. King of Pentacles. Don't worry about the physical things. That's all coming to you through the masculine. So I do see this is the masculine, this is the feminine. For most of you, this is how it comes up. The dynamic can be different if your energies are swapped, but the masculine, the more masculine energy is definitely bringing in the more physical things, at least like the opportunities, the resources, or ideas. That's their job. That's what they've been working on. And again, soul family. You're also going to be connecting with soul family. So I do feel like there's a lot more connecting you right now than just your twin flame. But yeah, you see that they are bringing the physical manifestations or physical abundance with them, that energy. I mean, you hold it within yourself, so you're attracting it too, but like they're the one who's going to physically bring it or manifest it. Your soul family is also coming in, and then also your soul mission is also coming in. So there's like so many things coming in at once. What's helping them? What's helping them in this connection right now? I fell on the soul mission card. They already started on the soul mission project. That's why they're kind of bringing it to you. That's why you might have been feeling kind of like, what's next? And you're just kind of holding space and you want to get started on so many things. But you instead probably get started on so many hobbies that are fun, that are creative, because even though you're ready to hit the ground running, and it is probably a good idea to take initiative in a lot of passion projects, creative things that you always want to try, fun things, new things that are fun to you, because like what's fun for you might have evolved throughout your journey and might be different now. Evolving that and just kind of holding space, because you probably have a lot of ideas, but they are coming. They started your soul mission already, and they're going to bring that to you. And so right now it's just have fun and be creative. And everything's kind of coming to you. You're the divine feminine. You're attracting. So what's helping them? They've already started their soul mission. And yeah, they are bringing the abundance energy. So even though you hold divine abundance energies, like you can hold a really high frequency level of abundance or space for that abundance, their energy is what's going to kind of unlock that key and let it rain and pour in that abundance. Even though they started the soul mission or know how to start the soul mission, and even though they're going to be the key that unlocks the abundance, they need the proper door, and that's the divine feminine. They need the proper channel. They need the proper divine connection. And that's the divine feminine. Okay. And yeah, I purposely used the lock and key for the divine masculine, divine feminine. Okay, what's helping them at this time? Page of Cups. Look at them. They're kind of in like two different dimensions at once. The divine masculine has an easier time kind of being in both 3D energy and 5D energy. At this time, so in the old world and new world, whereas the Divine Feminine is kind of feeling a little bit uncomfortable being in the old world that was mostly where the feminine energy was like killed. Even with like the physical and spiritual energies, the Divine Feminine might have just gotten comfortable with that in equal amounts as you got closer to the 5D portal and moved through it. Whereas the Divine Masculines, because they're in more masculine and more physical energies, they're more comfortable going back and forth between the 3D and 5D, and they're more comfortable going between the physical realm and the spiritual realm. Whereas the feminine, I feel, has just recently become more comfortable holding both energies equally. Does that make sense? Okay. And there's reason for that. Wow, the Empress. Yeah. And the Divine Masculines understand intuitively that they are meant to find their Divine Feminine, the lock, in order to put their key in and unlock this soul mission, and therefore the abundance and everything, all their physical manifestation, this entire life, not just now, but into the future. Wow. Pile 44. No blocks. Everything's happening now. That's incredible. That's beautiful. I'm so excited for you. There are a couple more sections for more additional divine insights if you are looking for them. So I'll see you there. Hi, Pile 11. This is the union section. So let's look at what do they think of union? What do they think will happen? Do they want it? And what they think you think about union, and then we'll see. We'll look at that question. Is union happening? Okay, so do they want union? What do they think will happen? What are their thoughts on union? Physical union, okay? This card is stuck, not coming out. Wow. They are definitely feeling very good about their life right now. Whether they feel like they have it all together now, or they're have everything set up so they can have it all together. At this point, they're feeling very confident physically, and they feel like no matter what, I am going to contact them. I have what it takes to be in a relationship and to make things happen, make dreams a reality. And the first thing that they think of in this new chapter, this new cycle for themselves, is you. Let me check on my beautiful twin flame and see if they are available now that I'm confidently ready. No matter what, I'll be okay. But that's the first thing I want to do now that I've started this new cycle, and that cycle of healing and transformation is complete. Wow, the Star card. Yeah, they are looking forward to it. They have been looking forward to this day. They didn't know if it would come, but it's here, and they want to reach out. More than reach out, they're hoping and dreaming for so much more. They're hoping and dreaming that everything comes together and they can, all the whole life that they envisioned, that you inspired them to kind of go after. They want that whole thing with you. They want that whole life with you. The 10 of Cups. Are you kidding me? Yeah. They just want the two of you together. If you're in a state of having kids together, creating a home together, sharing a community, sharing soul family, sharing a life together, enjoying each day, enjoying each precious moments, the exciting big events and the cute little moments that you two kind of catch with each other. They want it all. And that's what they envision. And they're hoping you do too. They're like, you gave me this idea. You're the one who inspired me to potentially having this. And they're at the temperament now where they can handle that. Okay, and then what do they think you think about union? Do you want it? do you think will happen? Okay, 10 of Swords and like totally off the table. They definitely think that you kind of been through it with this connection. And they think that you will feel like this was so much to kind of get over, that you'll want to just stay over it. And that's something you're going to have to carry with you, is just what it took to get over this. Knight of Pentacles, that you held on hope, because I guess it fell in the like far past, that you held on hope that they would someday come around. The Emperor and the King of Pentacles. Wow. But even though that they would continue being the Emperor in your eyes, that you would settle for a King of Pentacles. And the funny thing is that they see themselves as the King of Pentacles, right now. Like they're like, maybe they thought of me as someone more grander than who I actually am. Maybe they have a vision of me built up in their mind that isn't actually who I am. But hopefully they'll settle for this version of me. And if not with me, I hope they have settled with, a King of Pentacles of their own. Someone who is, stepped up to be there for them in that way. Because they still can't believe that. They sometimes think that you see them as something more than that they actually are. They feel like they're the King of Pentacles now, but even they are sometimes like, I don't know if I'm the Emperor, I can be the King of Pentacles, but that's what you need your twin flame for, is to bring out that within you. Because it's such a high frequency energy. Like, it's hard to kind of see yourself in that way. And then that fateful question. Is there union happening? Yes. And the Emperor. Yeah, so you don't have to have followed all the 11 piles, but there was that Emperor that showed up that said that they were going to feel that confidence to at least reach out to you and have that at least physical union where they try to talk to you and want to see you in person if they can. They want to check up on you, but they would much prefer to reach out to you in the physical, for some sort of physical union in the most physical way as possible. So they'd rather see you in person and catch up with you in person. But if, for example, if distance is a matter, or if you don't want to see them, then they'll settle for communication over the phone or computer or video chat or something like that. Whatever they can get, but they much prefer seeing you in the physical union. Yes. Wow. The Ace of Swords. So there is going to be some sort of communication to bring in some clarity. Again, we saw that like the masculine energy definitely is going to check up on the divine feminine energy, but rather have the feminine know that they're checking up on them. So some sort of communication, definitely. At the very least, seeing you in person would be better, but they want the truth and they want it from the source, which is you, and they want their answer. They want to know after all this time, is there something still there? And is there a chance? And is this a possibility? So I'm getting a yes. And there's potential to grow. Page of Pentacles, Knight of Pentacles, King of Pentacles, and the Emperor. All those energies are here. There's a Star card here, the 10 of Cups here, and then the 10 of Swords in reverse, which really signifies to me that there was some intense and immense amount of emotional healing that was completed in regards to this connection. So we do see that like they have high hopes, and there is definitely potential to grow into more, there to be a relationship, and that's what they're hoping for, but they want to hear from you first. They want to know from you first. All right. So there is one more section if you would like to see that, and that is messages from their higher self. See you there. Hi, Apollo 22. This is the union energy. So we're going to look at what do they think about union? Do they want it? What do they think will happen? And then what do they think that you will happen? And what do you want? And then the union energy. Is there going to be union here? All right, so let's start with what do they think about union? Energy wants to get started. They're willing to take a risk and go for it at this time. I am feeling very like current energy. So this is very like in around the time that you're watching this, that they definitely feel like it's worth taking a risk at this time. You know, they've been playing it kind of cool. They've been kind of playing it easy or kind of, you know, kind of playing it safe. And now they're willing to take a little bit more of a risk. Not a complete huge risk, but a little bit of a risk in regards to this connection. Yes, they feel very positive about it. They feel like you might be in a good energy as well. They're very excited. They feel hopeful, and they feel like this is the time. This is the time. I definitely feel a lot of signs and synchronicities are kind of guiding them to go. I'm getting a lot of their higher guidance is telling them to go at this time, to take that shot. And make things happen, or kind of whatever the next step would be in this connection. And, you know, what do they think will happen? They do want it, though. They definitely do want it. Six of Wands, they think that you would be very excited and things will go very swimmingly, very well. The Emperor, that you will see them as the person that you always hope that they could be, and that they will get us excited, and that things will start off on a really good foot because you are very excited and they're feeling very good and confident, and this was long awaited and meant to happen, and you know, all the things, all above. Union card, the reunion card. Yeah, that was meant to be, that it was always going to happen. And with the 2 sixes here, I feel like it happens. They think it's going to happen maybe in a way that they couldn't have imagined. Like you know, they knew that they wanted union to happen, and they felt like union was always going to happen, but like maybe in a way that they didn't expect. They think that like you being excited and them turning out to be the exact person you were hoping them to be, is the unexpected result of them taking action towards you. And no holding back. They do feel like that you would never hold back, and you tell them what's up, straight, the truth. Yeah, something about like you knew this was going to happen or something. They feel like you would know something was going to happen, and they're hoping and praying that things will happen better than they imagined. This is how they wish and hope things would go. But one thing they know for sure is that you're going to be completely honest with them, and that you probably had a feeling that something like this was going to happen, that you were waiting for this, or you're hoping for this too. Okay, and then what do they think you want, and what do they think you think about union? They do think that you thought that union would happen sometime down the line, like somewhat soon, maybe in a few months or within several months or something, somewhere like that something would happen down the line, somewhat soon, some kind of union. Yeah. And that it would be in the physical, And I do feel like it would be a physical union of some sort. It might be a small one, an immediate one. So it might be just a conversation or hooking up or going on a date. It might be a short-term dating or something, but they do feel like you did think something was going to happen. It's kind of obvious to them that it's very obvious to you as well that there's something here and that something is going to happen. Like you can't, like there's like electricity coming off of you. There's heat coming off of both of you when you're together. There's like something is going to happen and both of you know it and feel it. And what they think you are hoping for. Nine of Swords and Seven of Wands. I definitely feel that I feel like this is your energy. I feel like you're hoping to say your piece. You definitely want to say your piece. I definitely feel like they have caused so many sleepless nights for you. And they left something in a bad way. And you're good now, but you definitely would think about this. And that you've thought about like so many different ways that this could happen. But it definitely feels like you would want to say your piece. Yeah. You definitely have some questions for them. You definitely want a lot of answers. Okay, and so the big question here is union happening? Is union happening? Yes, that's definitely a yes. And it's kind of like holding on to your beliefs, knowing that this is going to happen. I feel like the intense amount of emotions you felt towards them, even if they were negative, like sadness and despair and anger and whatever, like all the negative emotions, like I feel like when you were thinking about them while having those strong emotions, that did help connect the two of you. That did help manifest this. You can manifest the negative energies. It's just better to do it in positive energies, right? So it's kind of like both of you had the belief that, yeah, sometime, at some point, you two would have a union. I feel like the both of you kind of, at some point in the past, let go of some sort of friendship that was between the two of you. I feel like it started off with not just a romantic side, but a friendship side, and having to let each other go meant letting go of the friendship side. So there's kind of this aspect of where you two kind of stopped talking for a bit, and that was kind of difficult because you two were able to talk about anything, and that was harsh. And both of you knew that, like, if you two couldn't be even friends, that if you two were to come back together, it would be serious when you did. You guys would mean it. Wow, the Lovers card, yeah. That you would have to choose each other. Like, you two were, like, very serious and adamant that, like, you couldn't be just friends. Like, I think the two of you kind of even tried it, and it was just so much there that, like, you two knew that if you two were to come together, it was going to be in a very romantic capacity. Because there's no room for just friendship here. Absolutely not. There's definitely, there's so much electricity here. It couldn't. And so I do feel like that kind of added to the separation. That realization that you couldn't just, like, talk to each other. It had to be all or nothing. And so there's, like, this feeling that if we came together, it would be the real deal. Like, this is marriage, you know? This serious commitment. This is it. This is the one, you know? The High Priestess. Yeah. Wow. And the Empress. Wow. So we have the Emperor and the Empress come out. So, like, both of you acknowledge, like, this is something so powerful. And this is, like, beyond love in a physical form. This is like divine power. Both of you feel it, sense it, and maybe you didn't know too much about it back then. Because I do feel like some time has passed, but it still feels fresh and new. That there's so much energy within, like, there's so much divinity between the two of you. There's so many synchronicities. There's just so much coincidence. Like, you can't make this stuff up. Like, you have to feel it. It's intense, and it's like very, like, you both knew. Like, if we were to come together, that'd be it. This is it. This is the person. You know, that's all. And wow, are you kidding me? And the World card. When this Empress came up, I first saw the World card because there's like a world in her womb. But this is a very powerful energy. Look at the Lovers card, the World card, the Sun card. I mean, and the Hierophant. And the High Priestess. The High Priestess and the Hierophant. Those are also like the Divine Feminine, Divine Masculine cards. Those are both divine counterparts as well. And we have the Empress and the Emperor. The Lovers, the Sun, the World card, yeah. If this comes together, it's gonna be like a big bang. Like, it's gonna be like, seriously, a power that comes together. It's gonna be like, it's gonna cause shockwaves that go around the world. Like, that's how powerful this is. Both of you know it too. Like, it's like, if this were to come together, it would, you know, cause like a star to form. Like, that kind of, like, I'm seeing like a sonic boom. And I'm also seeing a star, like a birth of a star. It's like crazy imagery. That's how powerful this is. Very powerful. Now, whether that's going to happen or not depends on the both of you. Both of you feels like, yeah, at least something is going to happen in the near future. Whatever happens after that is up to the two of you and both of your destinies. But if it were to ever come together in a stable way, it would be so powerful. Let me pull one more card to get like a yes or no answer. Union. And because it came out in reverse, I do feel like there is at least one major star exploding physical union coming in the near future. Whatever happens after that is up to the two of you and your destiny. But there is at least one, at the very, very bare minimum, one very explosive physical union coming up in the next few months, several months, maybe sooner. And then whatever happens after that, it's up to you two and what you do with this explosive energy. It's very strong and powerful. That's why I'm saying it depends on the person, because it depends on where you are in your spiritual journey, where you are in terms of your free will, what you want. But it's very, very powerful. Some people can't handle that amount of power and that kind of energy. Depends on where you are in your spiritual journey as well. So it all depends on that and each individual case. But, you know, if you pick this pile, you know for yourself, for sure, in your connection. All right, pile 22. There is one more section after that, which is a message from my higher self. You don't have to pick the same pile, of course, any number. And I'll see you over there. Hi, beautiful pile 33. We're looking at union energies in this section. So we're going to look at what they think about union. Do they want it? What do they think will happen? And what they think you think about union, and the union energies at the end. Okay, so like, is physical union happening? Okay, so what do they think about union? Do they want it? What do they think will happen? They definitely want it. In fact, they are so absolutely certain that union is the crux of everything they've been working on and everything that they want in life, and everything will make sense as soon as that is settled. You know, whatever happens, they feel like that has to happen. That is their main goal, their obsession in life, and everything will be made clear once we come into physical union. They think it's going to go well. and they think that things will work out between the two of you no matter when it happens, but they do feel like it's inevitable and it will happen, even if it's at a later age or even if it happens sooner than later and they bump into you. No matter how it happens, they do feel like that's their goal. That's their big main goal in life. And they also do feel like that no matter what happens, like they absolutely need clarity from physical union. So they are driving towards that, manifesting it as hard as they possibly can. Wow. Okay, the Tower card in reverse, and so that, for me, that means like there is going to be a physical union that happens magically, miraculously, in a way that neither of you could have planned, and it does happen, yeah, in a way like that's unplanned, that just bump into each other, and it's kind of miraculous. So it's more magical than that it happens. But they think that it's going to happen in a miraculous, magical way, and they're trying to manifest that. What do they think would happen if union were to happen? 10 of Cups. Oh, that's so magical. I love that the 10 of Cups came up in every read. Okay, the Queen of Swords. Yeah. So I do feel like they feel like you have been wanting this for such a long time, that you have been manifesting it as well, that it will happen. They do feel like the both of you have been manifesting it, so it will happen. Yeah. That you are right from the beginning. They do feel like you are right from the beginning, and they can see it now, and now that both of you are wanting it and manifesting it, it will happen very quickly. Yeah, the two of you are working together to manifest this union and manifest this life together. And they feel like no matter what happens, like they need physical union. It will give them absolute clarity and the truth that they need, and it will help them settle the rest of their life. But they do think it's gonna. They do hope it happens in a magical way that they couldn't have predicted, and they do feel like it is going to happen that way, and things will work out. Okay, so what do they think that you think about union and what will happen? Are you kidding me? The divine masculine, divine feminine here with the emperor and the empress. That is, luck is on your side. It's not luck, it's the divine. God is on your side, on both of your sides. This is the divinely protected connection, of course. Okay, so they do think that you feel you two are going to end up together, married. It's destined. You guys are already married on the higher levels. It does feel like that to them. And they think about it sometimes. They think about if, like, the fact that you predicted this, that you knew it was going to happen before they even did. They think about that all the time. And then what they think you think will happen. 4 Pentacles, that you two would move in immediately. And the Empress twice. Are you kidding me? On the divine feminine side, that is beautiful. Ooh. Yeah, that you two would move in and that you two would create life together. And so if you are, or your twin flame is in childbearing years, yeah, twin flames are definitely destined to have, create indigo children, crystal children, highly intuitive, very, very psychic children. Are very well-rounded children, just like really divinely connected children. So yeah, they feel like you would want to move in right away and create babies, or at least nurture a new divine gift in this world. Most likely both. But yeah, a divine project. or nurture, create something to nurture, for sure. And the Star card, yeah. See, it's I just felt like it's both. So create family, like create children together. And if you're past the childbearing years or no longer want children, to definitely create your soul mission together, obviously. I think that's the first time I said soul mission in all these twin flame readings. In this reading, in this post. Yeah. But for a lot of you, it's going to be both. And even if you're past the childbearing years or no longer want children, it definitely feels like you'd be creating something at home that you would be nurturing, and then also creating a soul mission. So it's like two aspects, the home and the work kind of thing. All right, and the sacred question. Physical union. Is there going to be physical union between the two of you in this lifetime? Wow, okay. Yes. As long as the both of you take steps towards your soul mission and creating life. As long as you guys are both on the path to path of creating your soul mission, starting that passion project of yours, and creating that family vibe, that home vibe, taking care of your bodies to create new life. Yes, absolutely. There's no way that the divine could separate you. That's your purpose. Like, you're coming together in divine union for your divine purpose. Absolutely. So if you two kind of continue on your highest and best path in your soul mission, even without the other person, like, you two will be brought on the path together. Absolutely. Do we want to get a confirmation? Union in this physical, in this lifetime. 3 of Cups and the 8 of Pentacles. Okay, yeah. The 3 of Cups, I do feel like I do get like some sort of soul family. I'm getting like you will get married in front of soul family. And yeah, not only is this union coming in, but so is soul family. And so is your soul mission with your soul family and with your divine counterpart. So there's like multiple layers here all coming together. Yeah. If your soul is true, your heart is pure and true, and you're following your soul mission, and you're taking steps towards that, which is your purpose here in life, and in terms of nurturing, creating a nurturing home and family with your twin flame, even just starting to take steps in that, just moving in that direction, yes, you two are going to be put on a path together. You two will come together, and not just that, but with soul family and with your divine purpose, with your soul family, with your divine counterpart. All right, Pile 33, got your answer. Hope you enjoyed your reading. And there's another section with a message from their higher self, if you want to go check that out, and I'll see you there. Hi, beautiful Pile 44. We're looking at union energies. So we're going to first look at what do they think about union, do they want it, what do they think will happen, and then we'll look at what they think you think about union, and then the sacred union energy itself. Will there be physical union? Okay, so let's start with, what do they think about union? Do they want it? What do they think is going to happen? This is my yes card. And it came out like kind of facing you, your energies, and face down. So it's like, yes, obviously, yes, 1,000 times yes, I'm hearing. But you probably don't know that. And there's a reason I'm getting like your guides kind of protected you from knowing that information because of some reason. Probably going to be different for different people. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. They have definitely wanted to come into union. I'm getting, but they don't know. They didn't know if they measured up to your standards. I do think they know that you think of them as a twin flame, or like, you know, some sort of like divine counterpart, ultimate soulmate kind of thing. And they do know this person has done some like philosophical and psychological research. All right. They are aware that like you might hold them in a higher standard, hold a more perfect version of themselves, a version of them in your mind. So they would want to come to you cautiously. Definite yes, but it's not the sun card, it's the baby sun card. So it's like a definite yes, but they would want to kind of check in with you to make sure that like they still kind of meet your standards, kind of like that they are what you're expecting or something. Okay. So what do they think would happen with union? Strength card. That'd be kind of like a combining of energies. I'm getting, please don't hurt me. There's so much to catch up on that we would have to be strong to be able to handle what the other person has to say, and to be nurturing towards each other and gentle with each other at the same time. They're expecting that. They're expecting kind of having to be strong to hear what the other person has to say, to kind of, you know, like, what did I miss out on? What did they go through? I don't want to hear about that person. Like, you know, to be strong, courageous in this, in order to do what, you know, when you come together in a powerful union, you usually do a little bit of inner work with that person in regards to your past. Maybe not directly right away, maybe a little bit further up, but there is a period of time where you kind of do a little bit of inner work. It's kind of like melding energies. It's kind of like purging anything that needs to be purged, but you do it together. This is when you come into union with a soulmate or level energy or higher. You do some sort of kind of review phase and inner work together before you kind of officially start the connection. So it's like needing to be strong, brave, and courageous to hear them out, but also be nurturing, gentle, and kind. It's a long time coming. There's a lot to cover, I'm hearing. Okay, and what about on your side? What do they think you think about union? They think that you don't even think about it anymore. That you know, kind of practice and train yourself to not think about it anymore. And you kind of already dive deep into that, and you're okay with just having like strong feelings for your twin flame and leaving it at that, or having a strong energetic connection that you connect to here and there a lot, whatever your situation is, and that's fine. That maybe one day in the future you two might meet up to each other, but you try not to think about it. Okay, and what do they think you think will happen when union comes around? Judgment. Kind of, yeah, same thing, same energy. Like, there's going to be a lot to kind of address and come to terms with and face up. You know, it's kind of, you know, kind of like being like, okay, we're going to have to choose to be together, but that means that we're going to have to do a lot of inner work together from the past, but also in terms of moving into the future. I guess Interesting. Interesting that they definitely feel like there's a lot of inner work involved moving into a connection with each other. But that you won't have to do it alone. Again, a little bit of difficulty of like what you missed out on with each other. For some reason that being difficult, the time that was lost. The time that was lost is really difficult. A lot of work that you did without each other. That's maybe why that they feel like there's going to be a lot of inner work, because they've done a lot of inner work to get to this point, to be with you. So why wouldn't there be inner work to kind of continue or to move into this connection? Wow, okay, and the risk. Making a lot of bold moves, rocking the boat, taking risks, and yeah, that's probably where the strength comes in. So they're feeling the same way. They feel like in order for the two of you to kind of come together, there's going to be a lot that has to be addressed, a lot of inner work, a lot of intense inner work that has to be done. Interesting. I think that just comes naturally with highly spiritual people and divine counterparts, but that seems to be their focus. I'm just going to pull up a quick card to see, like, why. Why do they think that? Ten of Wands, because it's been a long road. And there's a lot to cover. There's a lot to cover. They feel like they've had so much happen in their life to get to this point, and you probably had so much happen in your life that, like, in order to fully integrate, they want to know everything. And they feel like it's like vital and important in order for you to kind of deeply entangle with each other's energies or something like that. Interesting. They feel like this journey started a long time ago, before you two even knew each other, and it's important that the both of you are deeply, intimately familiar with each other. Wow. Very, very deep soul here. Dang. All right. So I don't see that all the time, by the way. That's a unique soul. Okay, so union energies. The age-old question that tarot card readers and a lot of energy workers always get. Is a union going to happen? Will we be together? The age-old question that we will answer now. Okay. Yes. Funny enough, I do think you are going to get a lot of physical manifestations before you come into union with them. I'm getting you go into 5D first. I feel like this is your familiar energy. You haven't felt it much since you're a child. You felt it throughout your life. You felt it more than the Divine Masculine. And so once you move into the 5D, you get familiar with it more easily, and you start manifesting things more quickly. Physical things, physical 5D frequency things. So it's going to look like you're manifesting more, and that you have more going with you in your recent time frame when you come into union with this person. But is there a union happening here? There's an integration of energies. Interesting way to phrase it. It's an integration of energies. What does that mean? Six of Cups, that's the union of energy. That's union. But it feels like before you come into full physical union, there's a lot of integrating physical things and energy. No wonder your person is like, oh yeah, there's going to be a lot of getting to know each other on a deeper level. I feel like this is the kind of union. This is the kind of union. I said the union for some reason. It's the union because it's the ultimate union with your twin flame. The one that stays, the one that is grounded and sustained and permanent. It's the union. But I feel like because it's the union, there's a lot of integrating physical things and energies. And you're both game. You're both like, yeah, we found each other. This is gonna happen. Why? Like, milk it for all it's got, because this is enjoyable. It's the fun part. And you both know it's as good as you're together and married, and you're each other's love each other's lives, and this is inevitable and obvious, and it doesn't matter. Enjoy it, milk it for what it's got, and this is where it gets fun, I'm hearing. So, confirmation for a union. The Lover's card. Yes. Absolutely. And it happens like kind of crazy. It hit this Temperance and Wheel of Fortune card. I feel like you both have to still choose each other, and there's still like risk involved in choosing each other. Why is that? 10 of Wands. It feels like because you don't know each other. It's like you're supposed to be together, but you don't know each other. And there's like this intense connection between the two of you. And you both want to like jump into things and like just like let that happen, and that does work for a lot of people. There's some magic to certain arranged marriages, not all. There's certain magic in kind of feeling a strong connection with someone and getting tied to them, and knowing that you will learn to grow and evolve together, learn about each other, and love each other more as each passing day. There's some like magic about like, connecting and tying yourself to that person first, and then taking all these other steps along the way. So there's something about that. There's something about not knowing something. Let me clarify real quick. 5 of Pentacles. All right, it does feel like, because this is the more masculine energy, it does feel like they don't have like a physical home to give. And I feel like as the masculine, they kind of want to be the provider, but it seems like the feminine here is the one who's manifesting like crazy. But that's because they're in the 5D, and the feminine is used to the more 5D energy, and manifesting physical things comes easier to them in the 5D energy. 5. So I feel like it's just because the masculine energy feels a little bit more confused and lost in the 5D energy, not as comfortable with it as the feminine. Yeah. And the 8 of Swords here and the 9 of Swords here. There's some difficulty here. I'm not sure what it is. What is the difficulty? Again, the Strength card. I see. Okay. It's because the both of you are very empathic and have to hear the stories of what you all went through, and like the details. I'm hearing excruciating details. It's difficult, and it's hard to know that your person that you love went through that, and then also to have to share what you've been through is kind of like bringing up old, wounds. Opening up old wounds, and it's just a very real and raw phase where you're both very vulnerable and need to be very gentle. I do get, I should have said it before I flipped the card. I do feel like I've been predicting this for like every year and anytime I do a twin flame reading, with a very advanced, highly spiritual people, twin flames, that there is going to be a time where you both kind of become a little bit more secluded in order to kind of deal with this, because you're very sensitive. Everything's very raw, and up to 2 years, anywhere from like 6 months to 2 years, where you kind of go through this kind of transformation with your twin flame. And so you need to be in a high frequency environment. You want to be kind of away from folks that might not understand or can keep that high frequency energy, especially when you're in this very, very sensitive, vulnerable state, very raw. And both of you, because you're going through the same energies, can work through this together. You're meant to work through this together. And it's a time where you kind of bond and get very, very, very close. Like the bond solidifies very strongly at this time in the physical, but in the new physical, in the 5D physical energy. Wow. Okay. So we got the Lovers card and the Six of Cups. But it's the reason we didn't get like a obvious yes is because it's not union in the sense that you would think. Yes, you are together physically. Yes, you are shacked up together. Yes, there's an intense amount of connection between the two of you. Yes, there is a union, but it's like a energetic and things coming together. It's a slower union that you might think. It happens slowly over time, but you are together and you both know what it is. If we could pull one last card. Yeah, look at that. The 8 of Swords twice, kind of confirming that both of you are kind of in this energy of understanding what this connection actually is, understanding each other and this journey much better. But yeah, there is union here. It's just it's more harsh, real, and raw than both of you kind of imagined, probably. But you guys are doing a very good job of like being sensitive, being very mature, handling things respectfully in the proper way, the proper channels, taking space when you need it, attacking it little by little. Yeah, very, very done, very highly spiritually mature, methodically. And I do feel like there's like a higher goal in mind. What is this higher goal? Page of Pentacles. Yeah, I do feel like you two are starting something. 3 of Cups. You do start kind of connecting with soul family members, and you do start kind of working on physical changes. Yeah, I did say upgrade in the body. Yeah, that's going to be crazy. People are going to, literally your physical bodies are going to change. Your DNA and the way that manifests, it's going to be like crazy. I got like an image of like the Twilight, like turning into a vampire, which is a crazy, that movie, it's a twin flame movie, but they turn everything backwards in terms of like it's correct in that like the abilities and talents that you have in your 3D life get heightened in your 5D life when you transform. Your body goes through a physical transformation, and yeah, you have more intense feeling towards your mate, your one mate in life, and yeah, it's a different, and you relate to your 3D life and people still in the 3D energies differently. It's a lot of change that you both are kind of figuring out together. Psychic changes, bodily changes, which is crazy. Isn't it crazy that we can upgrade, evolve into a higher consciousness and take our body with us, which has never been done in human history? Yeah, yeah. Anyway, hope you enjoyed this reading, Pile 44. There is one more section if you want to meet me over there. And yeah, I'll see you there. Hi, Pile 11. We're looking at messages from them and their higher self, and then also your higher self in regards to this connection. So let's look at messages from them first. What have they been wanting to tell you in the past? What is something that they've been wanting to tell you? I cannot escape the way you make me feel. And they have held on to that feeling for a very long time. it's indescribable, you know, and it's like they brought out their inner child. You brought this like deep aspect within themselves that they don't get to share that often with others. They felt a feeling that they could talk to you endlessly through many nights, through many days, and never get bored. You inspired them to look at the future differently and what they might want to do with their life differently and how they looked at relationships, and you continue to influence them just having existed and met you in their life, thinking, oh, I wonder what this person's doing, and wonder what they would have thought of my life right now at this time. Wow. So what have they been kind of thinking of what they want to say to you? They also definitely are very, very attracted to you. And you kind of made them see their shadow aspect in a way that they haven't before. They definitely had some sort of judgments towards you and moved away because of that reason. But they're realizing that that judgment was held towards themselves, and that you were being authentic with them, and they realize that they're being authentic with you, and that glimpse into their shadow aspect, which is in this message, it's kind of like aspects of themselves that they didn't really look at often, even good aspects, just like hidden things that they kind of put away. They realized that they were judging themselves, and they did feel at some point this might have been just to just write it off. They're like, this was just like a physical desire of mine, and then they kind of cast you off that way. But inside, they had a lot of judgment towards you, which was a lot of judgment towards themselves. They were kind of shocked and surprised by what you uncovered within them, the good and the bad, by displaying that within yourself in your authentic energies. And they were too scared to look at that within themselves, so that they've been kind of uncovering that slowly and getting it. It wasn't great when it came up for them. It feels like it came up for them very shockingly. They didn't like what they saw, and they had to deal with it. And they kind of blamed you in the beginning of their journey of like, oh my goodness, like it's because of them. They're making me see these aspects of myself and making me question things, and I don't like that. I have to change things, and they didn't want to change. And then they realized, like, as things kept moving forward, that they're uncovering parts of themselves that they needed to know, and they just never knew. Okay, and in terms of what they would say to you now, I'm always reminded of you. Wow. Oh my goodness. They say it to you because you cannot escape the way you make me feel, and I'm always reminded of you. That twice they would they would say the same thing now if they saw you, that they always think of you, and they've always reminded of you. I don't want to lose you. They have this image of you in their mind, and they were too scared of feeling like they made this all up in their head, that they wanted to avoid you at some times, but now they are feeling more confident. Wow, the World card. They feel like the world has shifted. I don't know if you saw the card kept like swirling around, but they feel like the world has shifted. Everything has shifted, and they feel fairly confident that things have shifted for you too in a very big way. They feel like in their gut, they've been really practicing their intuition, and they feel very strongly within their knowing that things have shifted for you in a great way too, that you have also done a lot of work. And they want to tell you about it. They want to tell you how much they've done, and how much you kind of influenced that work for them. Okay, let's see what their higher self would like to say to you now. What's the message from their higher self? across oceans for you. They are very adamant that they want to see you. They want to see what you're up to, and they want to know. They want to know how things are going for you. I wished for you. They still hope, wish, and dream that you will be there for them, that you two have a future together, and at the very least can connect now. They would definitely make some drastic changes in their life in order to make this happen, if it's necessary. And they haven't stopped thinking about you. It's just kind of they don't know if they made you up to be more than you are in their head, you know? It's been a minute, I'm getting. And also, they didn't want to lose how you made them feel without you being there physically present. They kept working towards this goal of having you or someone like you, your energies in their life. And they hope they can have you. It's always been you, I'm hearing. It's always been you. But they're at a place where they're okay if it's not to you. But if there's a possibility there, I mean, it's been you all along that they've been wishing for. And they'll do what is necessary to make it happen. Okay, face down again. I'm getting from their higher self, they're saying that you have been working towards a new adventure. And unknowingly, this new adventure involves your twin flame or twin flame energy. And you don't know. So it's like their higher self has been working with you to start this new adventure or new project or new, I'm getting it's a new adventure. So this is, even if it's a project or new career move or new location or new something in your life, it's something that's kind of adventurous and something new in that way for you. Your twin flame's higher self has been helping you with it, and you had no idea. You had no idea it's twin flame energy attached to it. The Temperance card. Yeah, you have no idea, but you're going to know now. It's going to be shocking. It's going to be a surprise for you. And I feel like it's going to be one of those things where it's like you didn't expect it to turn out this way, but you have an opportunity here, and it's up to you whether you say yes or not. But I think it's going to surprise you that somehow your twin flame's energy was mixed into this potentially new direction you're taking in your life or new adventure. It's like at the very, very beginning of it, you know? Yeah, like you have no idea yet, but it's just at the beginning of it. And yeah, you're going to know, and it's going to be kind of like, it's going to be up to you whether you want to continue with this, but I'm getting that, like, I'm going to pull one more card because that's really interesting. Yeah, fresh new start. I feel like you're kind of like looking forward to this new adventure, and I am getting this is very much up to you. You can say no if you like, but I do feel like you're excited for this new start. You just didn't know it's going to be attached to this specific kind of energy. It takes you aback a little bit. But it's because this is just a fairly new idea that has come into your conscious awareness, but it's been there energetically with your twin flames higher self as well, helping you start this new adventure. So it's going to be surprising to you that it turns out this way. It's a small adventure. It's just at the beginning of it. And you had no idea you're being led here by your twin flames higher self. All right. Lastly, your higher self's message to you at this time. Your manifestations are taking shape. And you don't have to have followed all of the 11 piles, but there was definitely an indication that there's so many things manifesting for you at this time, and not just in love, but in a lot of different areas. And you can definitely see that happening. And so your higher self is letting you know, like, things are happening, and things are happening now, and they're going to start happening very quickly and coming into your life in physical ways. And be of service to others. Like, right now, it's fine if you're working on self-love, self-care, self-nourishment, and being in that kind of joyful, creative energy, having fun. That's totally fine. But, like, this is you. You are the kind of person who is in service of others and will continue to be. That's just who you are. 5 of Wands, there's going to be a lot of changes happening, and pretty rapidly. It's going to be like small changes, but happening one after another after another. And this hits be of service to others. And it does feel like you're in a receptive energy right now. And so you're receiving a lot of good karma for deeds you've done in the past. And that's adding to a lot of positive changes happening in your life right now. And so you're probably in an energy of just like allowing things to happen. But of course, your future plans, your future goals will involve helping others. Just who you're meant to be. And lastly, a message from your higher self in regards to this connection. The World card. What a theme in this number. One aspect of your journey has come to an end. Take a moment to look back at how far you've come, everything you've learned, and how you've grown, transformed. Get ready for the next exciting chapter. So there's definitely a feeling that you probably have been going through a lot of review phases recently, and that's a huge sign, indication that this pile is for you, and that there are major, major positive changes on the horizon for you in very, very positive ways. Let's see. 10 of Swords, It feels like if you haven't acknowledged all the negative emotions and thoughts and healing that you've encountered on your twin flame journey, now might be the time to do it. So if you've done a lot of review work in regards to a lot of other areas of your life, what might be good to do is one last review, acknowledging the good and the bad and your entire healing journey, entire spiritual journey in regards to this twin flame. That would be good to do. All right, and last card. 2 cards, apparently. The 9 of Pentacles, and we come full circle. Oh, yeah. So there are definitely manifestations taking place. You're entering a time of a lot of physical abundance, and you are prepared, you are ready to handle all that success in many areas of your life, including your career, and of course your financial life is taking a huge boost, and you are ready for it, you're prepared for it, you know what projects you're going to be taking on, you know what hobbies, you know what what your home is going to require, your sanctuary. And this is going to start with you by yourself. This energy is going to come in first before love comes in. So you'll have this money energy, this abundance energy come in first. Financial success, career success, all that start coming in first, right before love comes in for you, just before. And it kind of happens simultaneously, but this does happen a little bit before that happens. All right, let me pull an extra card because I'm not sure. Yep, confirmation, that's the yes card. Yes, because I do feel like Spirit wants you to start. There's something you want to get started in terms of helping others, and things might change really quickly even after you start this new project or new career or wherever you, like if you're moving, like you're going to help your neighbor out or something like that, or this new workplace, you're helping out people, your coworkers or something. But there's a sense that like you just entered the new and you're just getting all this abundance and this huge increase in physical manifestations and money as you step into the new world, as you step into this new love. But it does happen just a smidgen before this love enters your life. But I am getting the energy that they will get like a hint of your old life, just so they can feel like they were part of it and they can see what life was like for you before. Just a hint of it, a little bit of it, before you step into the new completely. All right, pile 11, hope you enjoyed the reading. If you did, I really appreciate like a comment. I wish you so much love and luck, positive luck and abundance in your life, in your love life, in your twin flame journey. And thank you for being a part of my journey and the journey on this channel. I'll always be around, and much love and light. Hi, pile 22. For messages from their higher self, we're going to look at messages from them, and then their higher self, and then your higher self in regards to this connection. So let's start with, what have they always wanted to tell you? What is something that they've always wanted to tell you? Ooh, you are a work of art. Yeah, for real. They definitely see you as this perfect person, and that you not only are you gorgeous outside, but within too. You're also very smart. You're very, very fair. You have a lot going for you. You're very talented, and you're beautiful in so many ways that they can list it off in details. I feel like they just think every part of you is so perfect and beautiful. Yeah, they can't get over that. Just a work of art, yeah. Let's see. They feel like you're going places because you have so much heart and soul, and you dream big, and you're someone who is obviously so multifaceted. You're so multi-talented, and you have so much that you can accomplish. You're so rounded in terms of what you can do, what you can pull off, what you can succeed in, and what you have already succeeded in. That you know, the world is yours. You can do whatever you put your mind to, and you're gonna accomplish big things because of that. And they already feel like you've accomplished so much already. Yes, my yes card. And you say yes to risks. You take risks. You put yourself out there. You make plans and you follow through. No matter who's with you. If like you have a team and no one's gonna go with you, you're gonna do it alone. You know, you're someone who can see something that others can't. You're the visionary. You know, you're the leader. And sometimes sometimes you walk that path alone because no one sees what you see and don't believe you and like to go with the majority. And then sometimes you lead a group of people because your vision is too true and too clear to not follow and not see what more you have to say and what more you can do. Wow, what an extraordinary compliment. This is what they've been wanting to tell you. So they either have been following your work or following your life, or just got a really good sense of you, you know, or on the first time that you've met and were together. Or they've been following you secretly or have caught up with you recently, with or without your knowledge. Interesting. Okay, so what would they say to you right now if they're right in front of you? What would they say to you now if they're right in front of you? I've been sending you messages in 5D. They do often think of you and kind of, they've been practicing that. So they've been practicing, they do believe in telepathy. I feel like they watched or heard the telepathy tapes or something around it. They've definitely believe in it. I do feel like they've had at least a few experiences about it in the past. And they sometimes do practice it with you. They like sometimes like they're like singing a song or listening to a song, and they like kind of imagine you and sending it to you. They sometimes like speak to you, like they'll ask you a question or give you a compliment and like send it to you with their heart and mind. I don't know. I'm just seeing this image of them kind of doing that. I do have this image, I don't know if I should say this, but like of them in the shower kind of sending it to you, kind of like it's their private time and a time where they feel kind of connected. When you're taking a bath or taking a shower and you have water around you, it's a really easy way to kind of connect to higher energy, whether it's the divine, your spirit guides, or your twin flame. Okay, what else? What they want to say to you right now? You are so beautiful. Why do you even need me? I do get the sense that like sometimes they have to like cool themselves down when they think about you because it gets them so hot. But yeah, that you are incredibly beautiful. I mean, you are a work of art and you are so incredibly beautiful. Like, need I say more? I feel like you have chiseled abs if you're a guy, or like just beautiful face and hair and body. I mean, the list goes on. They just feel like you are perfect, divinely perfect. I couldn't say that enough. They keep emphasizing that. And like, you look good in anything, but that you really especially look good in expensive clothes. Or they love your style and they think your style looks expensive, or they think it looks well thought out. They love how you dress yourself. You know what you look good in. You can look good in anything, but they really especially love the way that you design your outfit, style your outfit, design your environment, like how you kind of create your home and design things around you, the kind of activities you do, like everything like adds to your beauty. I feel like you are a very photogenic person, but you don't take that many photos of yourself, but you should be taking photos of. I'm seeing that like people should take your photo more often, because you are like a work of art, and the surroundings that you're in and the activities that you do, they just kind of add to the beauty of that perfect picture. Like, just catching a glimpse of you is like, you're taking it all in, because it's like so much. It's like you're in awe, like not only you, but what you're dressed in and your environment, like everything just kind of matches. It's like beyond, like, when you catch that moment, it's like, wow, it's so pretty. The sun setting and the sky and the clouds, the whatever, this and that scenery, and it's just like, wow, I can't believe I caught that moment. They feel like that every time they see you or imagine you. Wow, the King of Pentacles. They hope that you kind of would see them that way. They try. They have been trying a lot, and since they've known you, to kind of maybe dress better or dress in a way that they think would complement your style, or that would make them look good to you, or complement your energy, complement your aesthetic kind of. I'm getting a lot of physical looks in this connection, but like, yeah, they want to match your style. They want to link up. They want to figure this out together. Like, what does our life look like? What does our home look like? What kind of cars like we had to have? Like, they want to have this kind of banter. I'm getting, like, they want to go back and forth with you on like, oh, what do you think about this? Or like, it's so funny that a lot of people don't wear this color. I think it really looks good on, our skin color. Or, it'd be really nice to go to this kind of area. It's really pretty. Not many people go there, or something like that. Like, and there is a touch of luxury there. And luxury doesn't have to come in the form of expensive things. It could come in the form of beauty. So I do definitely see that they really appreciate your eye for design, your eye for aesthetically pleasing things. And because, like, you can be poor, but if you can style yourself well, like you'll look expensive kind of thing. Like, so they really, really appreciate that. Like, and it's not even like you're doing it to look expensive. You're doing it to look like yourself, look authentic, you have an art piece in your home because it makes you feel good and you like the way it looks, you know, like the energy it creates, and they appreciate that. You're like their home energy wherever you go, and they want to be a part of it, and they're hoping to be a part of it. They've been practicing, they've been trying. Interesting. All right, so what does their higher self want to say to you? Okay. I want harmony between us, and I'm trying to be brave and bold. So I'm definitely feeling they want to be able to take risks. You are actually their kind of role model in that aspect. You kind of modeled for them how to be brave and take risks. You made them kind of want to be that person as well. And they're trying to kind of vibe with your energy. They're trying to be more like you in ways, and other ways kind of complement the things that you like, because they want to be able to be in your energy, and they want you to like them and show that like they can be there for you in more ways than one. I feel like you're the kind of person that will kind of lean into other people's interests or hobbies, and so it's easy for you to go along with others, but not so many people try to match your energy, because your interests and your hobbies and where you come from is on a way different level. So like they're trying to get to that level, if that makes sense, so they can vibe with you, they can be in harmony with you and be a part of your life. So you want to talk to them, you have someone to talk to on your level. The way, oh my goodness, the Queen of Pentacles. Oh my gosh. The King and Queen of Pentacles here, and the Nine of Pentacles here. There's so much yellow in these cards too. There's just so much happiness here. I know we have the Sun here for your main card, but it just feels like you two are glowing from the inside out. Absolutely just glowing. And the Page of Wands. Very excited to start something new. Very excited to start something new between the two of you. They want to take some sort of action towards you and see where it leads. They feel like the two of you are so perfect together. They have to give this a shot. Like, what's the point of all this? What's the point of life and anything if something this powerful and beautiful comes into your life and you don't give it a shot? Interestingly enough, I do think they're very attractive looking as well. And if they didn't think they were, or if you didn't think they were completely, they definitely have the energy to look attractive. I feel like that's something they struggled with in the past. Like they felt like they didn't look good enough for you. But they definitely do. I definitely think you thought they were good looking, but they might have not thought that of themselves. And so maybe along the lines you kind of start to believe them, because that's the energy that they're putting out. But the energies have shifted. And now they feel like they're good enough for you, and that you would match well with them now in a different way. I'm seeing like a leveled up way. And they're ready for a new adventure and to take that risk and see where it leads. All right, let's get a message from your higher self right now for you. Okay, change the pattern. So there's something that you were kind of repeating over and over again that you needed to change. And because there's so much of the physical looks in your physical environment, I am getting those two things specifically. So you might want to change change up your style, or try new things, try new colors, maybe change up your home, your environment, your furniture. There are those 2 things that are coming up specifically for you, Pile 22. And seek divine inspiration. This is a good time to kind of really get into your creative energies, take on a bunch of new creative hobbies. You know, if you had a lot of quiet hobbies, get more loud and creative hobbies, more social hobbies. If you had a lot of social, loud hobbies, try more quiet ones, like that kind of thing. Just trying to try different things, try new hobbies that are creative. A ton of them. And then take part in other people's creative hobbies, like a game that someone else created, or maybe a game in general if, that you wouldn't normally partake in. You know, something musical that you never really thought of or have thought about for a long time. You know, something you think you would do when you're much older, something that you think you would have done if you were still a kid, like, you know, mix it up. So much creativity, because it's going to inspire this change in like it's an evolution in your aesthetic. You're going into a more divine energy, and therefore your look, your aesthetic, the way you present, and your home is also going to go through that upgrade. And so, you know, physical energy can be divine too. There's divine energy in all things, right? So like as you evolve your energy, so are even the physical looks of everything around you. But it's going to be more than that. It's going to be deeper than that, like better materials, things like that. So that's what's coming up for you. Okay, let's see. In terms of this connection. Yeah, release the old. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of things that gave you comfort in the past, and they might have made you feel good, or they might have made you feel comfortable, but they don't work anymore. Some things don't fit you anymore, and you kind of done the inner work in regards to, you know, changing your body as you get older, or changing aesthetic, you know, or something that you had for too long. It's like time to let it go. You know, you don't have to throw everything away. You can put it away as like a memory or keepsake for later. But there's some things you need to clean out of your closet. I'm getting that for sure. Absolutely. And there's some things that you're lying to yourself about. That top, never going to fit anymore. You can work out in order to motivate you to fit into that top again. But like, you know, there's some things that you still need to let go. And I feel like they were a sense of comfort to you. Oh, I got it. It's like new versions of things. You know, if you're holding on to things that you don't even use, it's time to let it go. Time to Marie Kondo your closet. And not even your closet, but maybe everything else. Your makeup, you know, your products, change up your routine, you know, in terms of products and stuff. Maybe look for better quality stuff. Yeah, the whole 9 yards. Things in your home, just go through everything. It's time to do some spring cleaning for sure. Because everything that you remove, there's going to be new versions of those things that come in that you're going to like way better. All right. And then in terms of this connection, what is your higher self's message for you in terms of this connection? Queen of Wands. All right. I mean, full circle moment again. You don't have to have watched the main 22 message, but Queen of Wands is there. Confident, strong-willed, and passionate. You know how to take care of your life, and you see your goals through to completion. Goals through to completion. Maintain a positive outlook. You will overcome any adversity or challenge. I do get like you see your life, you see your goals through completion as like you've done so much inner work and so much emotional, spiritual, mental work that it's now time to finish it off with a bow with some physical looks. infuse the energy, divine energy in everything around you. We are physical beings, you know, it's not just spirituality. Like, we had to ground that into the physical world. You are very beautiful inside and out, but at this point, your inner beauty is like blindingly bright, beautiful, bold, and divine, that your environment needs to catch up. You need to ground in that energy, you know? So everything around you has to be just as beautiful as you are on the inside. So that's kind of like completing this section of your spiritual journey, your spiritual cycle, right? Okay. Ace of Wands. You'll get the ideas, and that's where the creative energy comes from. Like, it's for you to kind of just, you know, let that creativity come through. Wow. Oh, there's so much. The 9 of Pentacles, 10 of Pentacles, there is so much physical abundance coming into your life at this time. As you complete this last cycle, all that you worked hard for, you might have gotten a little gift and results here and there, but this is all of it. This is all the candy I'm getting. This is all the, how would I describe it? It's kind of like, for example, say you were a child actor or something, and your parents kept putting your money in like an account for you when you got older, or, you know, something like that, and they gave you a little bit of money here and there that you needed for this or that and the other thing, but now you get the whole kit and caboodle. You get the whole thing, right? And you're like, wow, that's how much work I've done. That's how much work you've done. It's coming through this way. And the Wheel of Fortune. Things are fated in regards to this connection, and things are going to manifest for you in a very beautiful way. And you are going to be able to lead your twin flame to this beautiful, miraculous life. It's going to be wonderful. And if it's not your twin flame, I do feel like you're going to stay in touch and be friends, and to kind of continue that. And even if you have this with someone else that you find you have a better connection with, the divine counterpart, that I do feel like whether it's your twin flame or divine counterpart, like, you are going to have this life. And I do feel like your twin flame is going to connect with you in order to figure out how to build this life for themselves, if not with you. So it's, the reason I say like with you or not is because it's your choice. Sometimes it's very difficult to be with your twin flame if you can't keep that consistent high frequency energy. But if you're at a point where you moved into the 5D, and so as your twin flame, and that is very rare here, you know, out of the, you know, decade-long thousands of twin flames that I talked to, a small handful of people have been able to come into physical union and stay in physical union with their twin flame. And that's because it's a very difficult thing to do if you haven't done that amount of inner work, you know, set that foundation and move into the 5D consistently, stably. It takes a lot of mental strength and discipline to be able to hold a high frequency at all times. That's when you know you moved into the 5D. And that's why I call 5D an actual physical thing, because you upgrade your environment with you in that energy. All right, Pile 22, I hope you enjoyed this section of the reading. You know, I appreciate your love and support throughout the years, and I'll always be around. You can always find me somewhere. But I just want to say thank you, and I wish you so much love, positive luck, and abundance in all areas of your life, especially love, and especially in twin flame journey. And I wish you much love and light. Hey, beautiful Pile 33. We're looking at messages from their higher self. We're going to do messages from them, the higher self, and then your higher self in regards to this connection. So let's start first with messages from them. and what they've always wanted to tell you, like from the past till now, like what they've always wanted to tell you. Tell your heart that I'm the one. And so they've always wanted to tell you that, like, it's always been me. It's always me. It's always been you. This has always been the end game. It's us together at the end, you know, that it's me. It's you. It's us. Justice. All right. They definitely feel like you two fit together perfectly in every single way, in terms of the way you think, in terms of the way that you feel, the way that you express your emotions, your love languages, how you see the world, your different perspectives, how your moralities match up, the way that you view your morals match up. The way that you believe, the way that you even learn, the way that you even inspire each other, the way that you have common interests, but then also complementary interests, and certain things that you would like to do on your own, they all kind of line up perfectly. And it really feels like you two can grow and evolve together because you match each other's energy that strongly. And there's so much complexity to both of you that it would be hard to do that with anyone else. You'd rather do it alone if it's not with each other. So I'm getting. They've been waiting for you, and they hope and wish and dream that you've been waiting for them as well. Secretly, deep down, they know they've been always waiting for you, and they hope that you were too. Okay, so what would they want to say to you now? They're right here in front of you right now. What would they want to say to you now? Whoa. Okay. 2 cards. One fell off the table. I'm going to get that in a second. I've been receiving your telepathic messages. And the other card is, it feels like something missing without you around. So, putting these two together, I definitely feel like they see you. They see you sometimes. They feel like they feel your energy. Sometimes they see you at the door of their room or their place. They see you kind of knocking, or they see you kind of sitting on their bed. They see you kind of sitting on the couch with them watching TV, or they imagine you kind of being with them and like a scenic area. Say they're having lunch somewhere and they're like, oh yeah, my twin flame, like I can imagine us being here. They would love this place or something. They see you. They see you, and they know places that you would like because you would show up. Like, it's not like they think about you 24/7. They think about you a lot, but like, this is like without even them prompting. Like, you know, even if they're not thinking about you, like for example, and they're taking a drive and it's like really beautiful, like all of a sudden you appear in the seat next to them, and that's how they know that like your energy's there, like your higher self's energy's there, and that you would love going on this trip or going on this drive or this area or something like that. Wow, this person's like, your person's like very intuitive. Like their intuitive gifts have kind of really sharpened being on this journey with you. They felt your energy when you were around. So if you were around their location, or you were talking to someone that's close to them, they felt your energy around that. Yeah, definitely. They definitely felt your energy around them. Interesting. They can tell when you're close. That's so weird. Your person's like really like more energetically sensitive than most people that I come across. Once in a while, I'll get people who have like crazy specific psychic gifts, you know, and you know, some of them are like earlier on in their connection, in their journey. So it's like, wow, their gifts are going to be so strong. Like they're going to be able to telepathically communicate with their twin flame. Like in a crowded room, they're going to be able to pinpoint their twin flame's voice, and like they're going to be able to communicate as clear as talking to each other someday. Like I can tell when doing these readings or talking to twin flames, like I can tell. Or, you know, some people already have some of these gifts. Those are more rare that I come across, but like, yeah, I've come across some cool twin flames. Very cool. Yeah. Wow. I feel like you two kind of meet in the astral a lot. Dream state, astral. Yeah. Wow. Okay, what else would they want to say to you? I'm a very jealous person. Okay. They know. They know when you're with someone else. Energetically, do they just know? Interestingly enough, I got this in a download. This was like the last very strong twin flame channeling I got. I think it was a couple of years ago, a year and a half ago maybe. I channel a lot of stuff. I channel usually more stuff about like what's going on with the world and stuff, but this was a twin flame one specific, and it was about like divine masculine, divine feminine telling each other before they come onto this incarnation, because you know you two have been kind of like together, working on certain missions and different life forms through the ages, right, in different star systems and in this one as well. But yeah, there's something about the divine masculine being with like one feminine, or staying in more like long-term committed people, or like being with the same people over and over again. But for most people, I got like staying with one person longer, as to not give the divine feminine's energy grief than them like, you know, sleeping around or dating too many people. And the divine feminine got leeway to kind of have more relationships because or like consider more connections, or have more love interest affect them, like have more people interested in them and have them have crushes on more people, just because it would like, because like the divine feminine has to go through all these like stronger emotional energies, very spiritual energies first sometimes, and it's very difficult, and they need to understand it in order for the masculine to understand it, right? Because like your energies are one, so like it's like the divine feminine has to go through understanding that aspect of life and physicality a little bit more and stronger. It's more potent. And so there's like some sort of agreement of how you two would interact with relationships even before coming onto this planet and being born here. So like there's like that kind of thing. But it's good because the jealousy is keeping the masculine around. And like they understand that the feminine needed that or something, even though the feminine is not like promiscuous or anything. It's just like kind of to kind of do all the emotional work, something like that. Okay. Page of Wands. New adventure. Get the Knight of Wands here. Page of Wands. Strength card in reverse. Okay. Yeah. New adventure. It kind of because it was going to be really tough for the divine feminine, especially living in the times that we're living in now, for the divine feminines to go into that very, very spiritual aspect of themselves, like they needed to keep themselves mentally busy and use different situations and peoples and scenarios to kind of keep helping them work through emotional things, because the world right now is very, very masculine, a little bit toxic masculine, but unhealthy masculine energies. And so it's very, very difficult for the divine feminine to cope, and the divine masculine understands that. And so they definitely gave more leeway to the divine feminine, and then gave the divine feminine more consistency by sticking with one person or the same person as long as they can, to give sanity to the divine feminine. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Okay, and so what does our higher self want to say? What does the higher self want to say to you? What does our higher self want to say to you? I'm experiencing a dark night of the soul, and I didn't mean to let you go. They're definitely experiencing a very difficult time right now. That's why they kept feeling like, I can't think about you too much, otherwise I will unravel. And I don't know if I'll be able to put myself back together. So especially now, they're trying not to think of you, but it's hard not to, because that's like the thing that is keeping them going, and that pushes them forward, and that they love so much that they can't stop thinking about, so they're having some regrets, and some partially this dark night of soul has to do with letting you go. They understand the kind of risk you took. I think they're seeing things in a different light, for sure. They're seeing experiences that they had with you in a different light, and it's tearing them apart, because they're like, I can't believe I did that. Like, oh man, and I said that. Like, and they're putting themselves out like this. Like, oh man, like, that kind of thing. So they are experiencing like at least a small version of a dark night of the soul, because they are experiencing this twin flame connection in a different light than they ever have before. And the Ten of Pentacles, they're starting to see and understand like life differently. They're a completely different person, and they're seeing life through your eyes, and it makes sense to them now. It didn't make sense to them before, and it's giving them kind of support to keep going. But their higher self definitely wants you to know that if you are not getting signs and synchronicities from them too much right now, or messages from their higher self right now too much, it's because they're going through this, and they'll completely unravel if they hear from you. And they're like it's like kind of let them go through this phase where they see things through your eyes and understand things in a different way. It's all coming together for them. It's all coming together for them. For a lot of you, this is the final push. All right, so we're going to look at messages from your higher self to you in regards to this connection, your love life, your twin flame journey. Play. This is a really good time to keep your energy light. You two are connected, and they are connecting to you very strongly right now. So if you two are one energy, you being in a playful energy will definitely help them piece together the puzzle much faster, much easier, in a more positive way. And also, it's also great for you, because I do feel like the divine masculines are like, it's working. It's something is coming together. Even if this is the divine masculine energy in you, it's like everything is coming together. And so you kind of need to let your divine feminine side just play and be in that curious state of mind, a very creative state of mind, doing fun things. Being in that fun energy is so important right now, so critical for you. So you can let that divine masculine aspect of yourself or in your connection have everything click into place. it's kind of like, you know how when you kind of are drawing something over repetitive over and over again, it puts you in that flow state, because like you're changing it a little bit, a little something here and there, but you don't have to change, you don't have to put too much thought into it, so it allows your mind to be free. It's kind of like the opposite, like you're in such a flow state, having fun and keeping your energy so fun, that like the physical things click into place, the physical ideas, the logical ideas, like it's like your brain clicking together, connecting ideas from this side and that side together to come up with solutions for yourself and actual physical moves that you can make and things like that. I'm also hearing for physical opportunities to manifest. I don't know if that's relevant for you. Vibes never lie, and find your passion. This is a great time to kind of figure out what is fun for you now. When you start this journey, when you're in the middle of this journey, and when you're at the end of this cycle, what interests you, what allows you to have fun changes. You know, sometimes just a little bit for people, sometimes a lot. You change as a person when you grow and evolve. So what used to be made you have fun before could still allow you to have fun, but maybe in a different way, maybe in a more evolved way, or maybe there's completely different activities and hobbies that like allow you to have fun than before. So that's always a good thing to check in on, and especially right now, it'd be a really good time because something is like kind of coming together for you. Okay, pull one more card, and then we'll look into your higher self's message in regards to this connection. This card wants to come out too. Yeah, so work, clarity in terms of work. I feel like there's clarity coming in terms of work for you. I kind of got that, like work opportunity or financial opportunity or something you've been working on for a long time or something you will be working on for a long time is coming through. Yeah, and like it's not gonna come to you like directly. You're not gonna go find it and seek it. It has to come to you. So that's why like I'm getting this like be in this energy of having fun and finding things that are fun for you, and you know, evolving things that used to be fun for you. There's a really good what was that work? Shadow work. Okay, so we all do our inner child work sometimes, but it's also good to check in with your inner teenager, your inner young adulthood, and the inner adult version of yourself at different times in your life that were significant, that you might have different experiences, different traumas in, or difficulty in. It's good to check in with those aspects of yourself. And then also shadow aspects from your teenage self, from your young adulthood, from different times in your life. And usually your shadow self, we all have like a dark aspect, right? And like if you are if you're a truly spiritual person, you know that you can only hold as much light as deeply dark you go, you know. It expands in both ways. Like you can't have more light, you can't have just light. Like you have to be able to hold just as much dark, which is meaning like understanding that darkness within yourself, but also in the collective, as far as you can go. Don't push yourself more than you can, but then like that's how far you can go in the light, is how far you can go in the dark, right? These truths about yourself. And it's a very physical thing, because darkness was created in this physical realm in order to help us grow and evolve. We don't always have to take it. This dark part of you is always going to exist, and it probably came out, you know, for in your teenage years and young adulthood years. For some of us, maybe you witnessed darkness or had dark aspects of yourself even as a child, or even into your adulthood. But it's kind of like this dark part of you is growing with you. And dark doesn't have to be evil. It's just, you know, your shadow aspect are just aspects that you don't know of yourself, right? But everyone does have a light side and a dark side. It doesn't mean that you're inherently good or inherently bad. Everyone is good and bad. Sometimes it's a product of your environment. If the environment sucks, you're going to have a bad attitude, right? If everything in your life isn't doesn't align with your authentic self, or doesn't align with your life at all, like completely way off track, then you're going to be in a bad mood, or might be in a bad way. But then if you change that, you make efforts to change that, obviously you're going to be more of that good character, more of that good energy, whatever. We all have good and bad. That good and bad doesn't exist on the higher planes, right? Things are just is, and energy shifts and moves, ebbs and flows. So point being is that I lost my train of thought. There is something coming to you in terms of clarity, in terms of your work and what you'll be doing next in your life. And lastly, a message from your higher self in regards to this connection, your twin flame connection. What does your higher self have to say to you about that? Oh, 2 cards. Okay. There's a lot that your higher self and their higher self wants to tell you, because so many cards came out. That'd be a good time to do a check-in with their higher self and your higher self. The Devil. Oh, and the Sun. Very powerful. Wow. Shadow. Are you kidding? I literally was just talking about the shadow aspect. Oh, yeah, that was what I was going to say. The shadow aspect, looking at your shadow aspect is a great way to look at, because like your shadow aspect stays with you and it wants to evolve, right? And you can find like better ways to express some of these, like what society would look at as bad qualities in a person, right? They don't have to be bad qualities. They can be useful qualities. You can, like, if you're a very controlling person, you know, you started off that way, you might go through a whole trajectory, a learning arc of letting go of control, being mostly in the moment, and just kind of working with divine timing. And, you know, maybe you learn how to add some like cushion around an event in case you need more time before or after, and, you know, get rid of all the watches and clocks, and you learn to work outside of time, outside of cycles, and outside of your control. Then when you're finishing up your learning arc on control, you can add it back in, but add it back in a more evolved way, because control is really good to be a leader, you know, to be able to have control over certain aspects and departments. It's like there's positive aspects to some seemingly negative behaviors or traits. And so you might see that, like, if you have certain tendencies or something like that, like, you can find the good in that and then practice expressing that dark feminine or dark masculine or the shadow aspect or the darker aspect within yourself in a new light, in a new way. That's how you moving into the 5D. Moving into the 5D, you can still learn and grow, but you don't have to do it in the dark 3D way that 3D folks that we agreed to go through and learn through in a darker way, right, in a 3D way. But moving forward into the 5D and higher, you don't have to do things and that involves like darkness in that way. Shadow sides are coming to the surface to be examined. What toxic energy lies within you or in your surrounding environment, waiting to be released? This toxicity isn't something to fear, but something to acknowledge and change. You have the strength inside you to set yourself free. Yeah, there's so, like, anything dark, you can talk to that aspect of yourself and be like, hey, I know you went through this, like, you know, this is how we changed, this is how we grew and evolved. This kind of work comes up a lot when you're finishing up cycle. The bigger the cycle, the more bigger aspects, shadow aspects, will come to the surface for you to kind of acknowledge and evolve. And the Sun, happiness is your birthright. Where there may have been one struggle, now a bright new day is dawning. Embrace the positive energy and continue to have faith in your infinite potential abundance. You can tell that you're stepping into the light. You're stepping into the 5D. You're stepping into a brand new world. You can feel it. You can see it. A couple of last cards. Death and rebirth. Yeah, stepping into this huge... This is a rebirth. This is legit a rebirth for you. You're definitely being reborn. 100%. You're being reborn. This is a new life. This is a new you. This is the you you've always worked on. And I'm getting peace. And the thing is, a lot of us forget how to be in peace energy because we've been kind of, where's this? There's this video about like this person's like, yeah, if I'm not doing anything, I get bored and I do crazy things. And it's just like, okay. So many people are so not used to peace that they don't know how to be in it. They don't know how to love it and thrive in it and be in it. You can. That's the 5D. 5D, folks. Yeah, no more struggles or challenges or difficult spiritual like cycles that you have to go through over and over again. Everything's going to be much easier and better moving forward. In terms of your twin flame journey, you want to give something about that? There's a lot of changes happening right now, and you're kind of being asked to just like kind of let it happen. I'm going to pull one last card just to kind of... 10 of Pentacles. Yeah, there's too much. There's too much coming in very quickly. All positive. Just, you know, go along for the ride, I guess. Yes, confirmation and yeah, wish granted. So pile 33. Beautiful, fantastic things are happening for you and they've been unlocked and they're opening up and you're moving into this new world, this new version of yourself that you've worked really hard on. This new life that you've worked very hard on. And it's advisable that you would just play while the physical things kind of click together. You're meant to just kind of let that happen and let the opportunities come to you and work for you. And let the twin flame kind of let them have everything click into place. It's all clicking together for them. And you are definitely, it's like night and day, stepping into this new world, for sure. And I do see some very strong psychic gifts that you'll be uncovering with your twin flame. And you have a lot of good stuff coming to you in the physical very quickly. All right. I hope you enjoyed this reading. I just want to say thank you so much for being a part of my journey. I am grateful and honored to be a little part of yours. And I wish you so much positive luck, abundance, and in your life and in love and your twin flame journey. And I'll be around. You can always find me somewhere. And I wish you much love and light. Hi, beautiful pile 44. We're looking at messages from their higher self. Well, we're going to start with messages from them, and then their higher self, and then from your higher self in regards to this connection. All right, so let's start with what is something that they've always wanted to tell you? What's something that they've always wanted to tell you up until now that they just always wanted to tell you for a long time? You bring joy into my life. The idea of you, the thought of you, the physical imagery of you, whether it was in person or in dreams or in the higher realms, you gave them such joy. You gave them something to look forward to. You inspired them. You motivated them. They wouldn't be where they are without you. And they're just incredibly happy that you exist. There's nothing that gives them more joy in their life. I'll go as far to say that nothing gives them joy in life without you. They've been waiting a long time. And nothing really felt fulfilling because they knew like love was one of their the biggest goal in their life. Everything. It was literally everything. And so, you know, they might have done things that kind of made them happy, brought them joy, gave them passion, something they're interested in, but those things are essentially lifeless and dull without you in it. You're the thing that gives it life and love and energy, all these passions and interests that they have, projects, and you're the life force energy that gives anything meaning. Wow. Okay. So let's see, what would they say to you right now if you were in front of them right now? If they were right in front of you right now, what would they say to you? Some people don't want to see us together, but I don't care. I definitely feel it's more related to dark energies. And other people. Because they've done the inner work. They've made friends with their darker aspects. They've evolved their darker aspects in order to move into the 5D. You can't do it without evolving your darker aspects. But some darker energies obviously still exist, and 3D energies and the dark energies within people that they know. And they may not approve of this connection. They might not understand it. They might just not want it because their darker aspect is fighting against something that they understand, something that they're not ready for, something that is triggering them for their own lessons. But whatever the situation is, there's going to be a lot of people that don't, from his past energies, that wouldn't approve of this connection, nor would they encourage it or want it. And some of them might be just even straight up nasty and just tell them harshly. But that's kind of the reason why twin flames meet in the 5D. And that's kind of why you also connect with soul friends and family as soon as you kind of come together. Okay. What else would they want to tell you? I feel the same way. They feel like however deeply you feel about love and life, they feel the same exact way. They want you to know. For some reason, it's important that you know. Because they've been like alone for such a long time. They understand you've been alone for a long time. So this is someone who's been a loner, not afraid to be alone, instead of being with the wrong people. And so you're going to know as soon as you come into union with them that like both of you have been kind of roughing it by yourself for a very long time, because there were a lot of people around you who didn't understand, or didn't go through the similar experiences, and just weren't at that same vibration. They fought to be here. They fought to be with you, and every action that they took, it was to be a better version of themselves, and to be that better version, to be with you. They know. They understand. I think that's why it's like so sacred and special that you two kind of come together to kind of be that energy for each other, to hold space for each other as you kind of review that together. Don't worry, you don't have to do it right away, because I'm getting for some people, it's like, that's going to be scary. Don't worry, you're not going to have to do the review and go through all that right away. It's just going to happen naturally, organically, and in bits and pieces and ways that you can manage. The Hierophant. Yeah, you basically are married. Your souls are married. There's no ifs, ands, and buts. Like, you both understand it immediately. It's immediate understanding. Okay, so let's see. What does their higher self want to tell you? What does their higher self want to tell you? The love in my eyes is a reflection of you. For them, you and love are the same. Simultaneous. Okay, I don't know what I'm saying. There is no love without you. And there's no you without love. Unconditional. it's because that's how much love that they have for the divine. It's how much love that they've learned about themselves. Love can also mean understanding. So how much they understand themselves, how much time they took to understand the divine and their life and their purpose, is how much love they have for the divine and life and for purpose and themselves. And they see that you've done the same, and so you both can see the depth within each other and the depths of each other's souls. So that love, I mean, it's a reflection of where you both are in your understanding of life and how many perceptions you can hold and have experienced and can keep your mind open to and keep your heart open to. Wow. I want to take a chance on us. There is this kind of nervous feeling that like, oh, what if this is too much? This is too intense? Because that's kind of another reason why there's kind of like a slow merging together of your energies and everything, is because it's incredibly intense, like wicked intense. Like there's no way anyone in the 3D that can't sustain 5D mentality can handle it. No way. And then I literally just said that. What a awesome confirmation. The intensity of this connection allures and frightens me. Yeah. But despite the intensity that this connection gives off, it like they can handle it. They can move forward with it. And when I say intense, I mean like unlike anything you felt before, right? It's like you feel God in their presence, and that is, you know, loving, overwhelmingly loving, and overwhelmingly scary, because that's the unknown. That's the greatest unknown. The greatest amount of love and the greatest amount of unknown. Freaky, right? And the King of Pentacles. Don't worry, I got you. I'm bringing some stuff with me. So it's interesting because there's an energy of both twin flames in this energy kind of bringing their own version of physical abundance. One is bringing the key to unlock so much more physical abundance just because they're in the more masculine energy. That's what they manifest. And one is bringing more 5D abundance, but in like little ways and through visions, and like having these little physical manifestations inspire the feminine to visualize bigger 5D manifestations and bigger physical manifestations in 5D ways to share that vision with the masculine to manifest together, and masculine taking the lead on those manifestations. But the masculine does come with some 3D manifestations, but more than that, they bring 5D opportunities for manifestations. Like they bring like the soul mission and the key to physical abundance and financial and monetary abundance. They bring the key, the divine feminine, the portal, the source, the channel through which they can manifest, the visionary. Both have both aspects of these, but like I think you get the hint. If you pick this pile, you already know. Yeah, so a little start to come, like there's a lot of results and rewards that come in right away to kind of keep this connection nourished, and for both of you kind of to allow space for this connection to form in the way it needs to, which is very intense in the physical. But their higher self is letting you know that like I don't think you're ready for how intense this is going to be. Like, this is going to be on another, like, you think the inner work that you've done has been intense? Wait until that energy gets exponentially higher with your twin flame. All right. So let's look into your higher self's message for you in regards to this connection. Nothing is written in stone. Kind of like, even if you two are meant to come together and do this, like, how it will happen is still up to the two of you. How quickly, how slowly, in what manner. Both of you are going to be figuring out how to kind of unlock this together. That's the part of the challenge. That's the part of the first inner work that you two do together. And how each twin flame does it is going to be different and unique to them and unique to their own gifts and to their own vision that they're creating and seed that they're planting in the 5D. Tomorrow will be better. There's this kind of energy that as each day goes by, it'll get better and better and easier. It is somewhat, both of you are learning to be in 5D together. It's a new experience. You both feel kind of like awkward because it's like you both haven't figured out yet how to, drive this 5D car. But you both have each other. You're so happy that you have each other. But it's like kind of both of you are like, but we're figuring this out together. We both don't have a handle on it. And it's kind of like you're figuring it out together, which is a great challenge, which is one of the reasons you two are kind of bonded so tightly, because you figured out 5D, you entered 5D together. Okay. Knight of Swords in reverse. It's a lot of energy. It's very successful. It's just a lot, like, and because you're in the 5D, it's like as soon as you finish one inner works thing or one section, you manifest something immediately. And it's different than when you are on your spiritual journey or your twin flame journey, because a lot of that manifestation was kind of, or physical abundance was kind of withheld from you, or physical opportunities in order for you to finish your inner work. But this is different. You do your inner work and then immediately you get an upgrade in your physical life, because 5D you manifest very quickly, right? So it's like there's a lot to get used to. It's a completely different operating system. You have to think differently. You have to interact with your environment differently. You have to connect with people differently. You're also thinking on a multi-dimensional way. You're multi-level. Everything that you do is connected to many different things, many different ways of, I used an example before, but let me think if I can see if I can think of one. For example, like, I don't know, like you decide to play around and have a new creation for breakfast, and you're like, I want to use my creative energies to create this kind of breakfast that I was kind of dreaming of. It's like a play on an idea that I have, and it'd be fun to create this with your twin flame, and it will use the resources from the garden and also from your neighbors, and something that would also is medicinal and helps people with this kind of condition. You could test it out on yourself first, but you also know someone who could help around you. And see, like, it's like it uses your creativity, it uses your twin flame, it uses the people around you, it uses the resources around you. It helps. It's in service to others. It's a creation that you're grounding into this world. It's like multi-level, and that's like with everything. I had a way better example in the past, but whatever, you get the hint. Okay, it's a completely new way of thinking and being. All right, and then lastly, a message from your higher self in regards to this connection. What's some good advice, good messages, well wishes that your higher self has for you in terms of your twin flame connection? The Devil. Shadow sides are coming to the surface to be examined. What toxic energy lies within you or in your surrounding environment, waiting to be released. This toxicity isn't something to fear, but something to acknowledge and change. You have the strength inside you to set yourself free. So yeah, I was kind of getting this. And one of the reads is kind of like, you know, as you walk into the light, like you're walking into 5D where there is no dark energy, essentially, right? Your dark aspects also evolve. Your shadow aspects, your dark aspects also evolve. So all the quote unquote negative qualities that you have, they're gonna evolve into something that is useful and helpful to who you are now. And there's a little bit of I'm getting devil may care. I'm getting a little. You're gonna connect obviously with your twin flame very strongly in your inner child, what your inner child needs, but also what your dark aspect needs. Of course, the light aspect of both of you connect very strongly, but I feel like neither of you have connected with someone who can give you what your inner child needs and what also your dark feminine and dark masculine energy needs. And you're born in the 3D energy, right? So there's a dark feminine or dark masculine energy within you, and it's coming with you into the 5D, and you're going to have to evolve it, and you're going to have to be able to express it, but you're going to have to express it in a more highly evolved way. So that is something new that the two of you are going to be able to do, is be able to, because like you're going to go into this unity perspective, this unity consciousness and way of being and living, that you can't see things as good and bad. You're going to have to see things as like in a higher perspective. What's the higher perspective of this? So that's going to be very interesting. This might come in your sacred sexuality. It might also come into more physical energies, what your body needs in terms of letting energy out. For example, if you have a lot of aggression, you might want to take up some martial arts or something like boxing or something of that sort, dancing, something that can let your energy be free. But this is your dark aspect, so it might be a little bit more violent. So if you want to like release it, and it's like, oh yeah, you don't want to use that energy unless you absolutely need to, but in that case you are prepared and it can be used as protection, you know, but you're keeping that dark energy, you're healing it, you're evolving it, and you're expressing it, but you're expressing it in a healthy way. That's just an example. Okay, let's see what your higher self meant. Yeah, all these aspects are coming to light for you to kind of acknowledge and evolve. Another thing, as a lot of twin flames energy workers don't really talk about is, well, some of them do, is the culture, religion, or nationality that you were born up with. That's something like that, like the family you were born into, the circumstances that you were born into, you will carry with you. Your physical body might be changing, but there's going to be still that aspect of you of where your DNA is from and in the physical world. And that's something that you might want to address, like what was some positive aspects of it, negative aspects of it, and throughout your life. And what part of that are you going to be bringing with you and want to share going forward? What part of that are you going to be leaving behind? Have you done the inner work in regards to that throughout your years? And your physical appearance, because that's something that, even though your body's going to be changing, that's something that like kind of stays with you in the physical, right? Yeah, and Yeah, just like leaving behind anything that you're not going to be bringing into the 5D. I think there's going to be a lot more that you're going to be surprised about that you're going to be leaving. You probably left so much already and released and released and released, and god dang, how much more is there to release? Well, when you come into union with your twin flame, you'll know. Because going into the 5D, changing your mentality that much, there's going to be probably things that you haven't really even thought about that's going to change. It's going to be like you're living in a different planet, for real. That's how much you have to figure out, figure out the gravity and the physics and how things work from from square one. Everything you've learned and accumulated in terms of knowledge and practiced in terms of skills and talents and natural abilities is also going to come with you. It's actually going to be enhanced. But there's a part of you, you're turning on. All your codons are turning on. You're accessing your entire brain. There's going to be things that you weren't even aware of that's going to come to light, and that you're going to have to change, or things that you barely thought about. So many details. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Okay, interesting. You might have got a taste of that energy, I'm hearing, in some sort of aspect of your life, inner work. That's so weird. My left ear just wobbled, warped. You know when you kind of go underwater? It felt like that. It wasn't ringing or anything. It was a wobble. Okay. All right. I just had to pull a quick card on that because that was very unusual. All right. Let's look into one last energy from your higher self in regards to this twin flame. The Hermit in reverse. It's time to go within for some reflection, self-reflection, and it came out in reverse, which means this is what you're going to be doing with your twin flame, for sure. Because the Hermit upright is alone. The Hermit in reverse is privately, just the two of you. It's time to go within for some self-reflection and introspection, as the pause in your journey might be withdrawing from the world to explore. Withdrawing from the world to explore deeper aspects of yourself, or embracing the wisdom of a spiritual mentor. Listen to your inner guidance and wisdom you contain within the very fabric of your being. Let your intuition guide your next step. You're being shown the way. So definitely feeling that you two are kind of be going through some intense changes. If you feel if you haven't gone through that already. But it's gonna be fast. Everything's gonna feel like it's gonna be happening fast. I'm getting that you're gonna be relating to time differently when you're together. It feels like when you're together, things are happening very quickly. Time kind of also slows down. But when you get back into your normal life, the physical life, it feels like nothing has changed much. It does feel like, I've been picking this up for a long time, that the two of you might be going to astral planes together, astral traveling together, or entering each other's lucid dreams together and doing a lot of work there. Going over to the other side, or going to other energetic dimensions in order to do this kind of work. And so when you come back here, it's not barely any time has passed, but you've done a lot of inner work on other planes of existence. I don't know how much you believe in that, or however you want to think of it. Maybe you can translate it into very physical energies, when you two are together, you get so much done. Whatever, however you want to believe it. Two of Pentacles, it's that energy of integrating. A lot of integrating. That's so crazy. For this being the most highly spiritual pile, so much work and integrating. That's so crazy. I wonder why. 10 of Pentacles, because of everything. Because of everything. You're creating long-lasting, permanent change and happiness and structures, not just for your life, but to model a new 5D way of being for everyone else. And you will have everything that you want and desire. Age doesn't matter. You're opening a door into a new kind of life. And so that's why everything is new, and that's why there's so many downloads, so much inner work, and so much, like, I do feel like you're being shown the way. So like the two of you, maybe your higher guidance is definitely, like, I feel like you'll be able to like talk to them like you're talking to a person. Like, it's gonna be crazy, the kind of experiences that you two have to have together. It'll be extraordinary. It'll be like, holy crap, like, you know, I can't believe this is happening to us. This is amazing. But also, that's another reason you'll want to keep it under wraps. Plus, it'll be fun and adventurous and super exciting. It'll be a lot of work, but it'll be work that you both are very excited to do and honored to do and happy to do. It won't feel like work. And that's the yes card. And kind of like, this opportunity is on its way to you now. I want to pull one more card from their higher selves to wrap this up. I'm loving you with every heartbeat. That's so sweet. Yeah, as I was saying, like, every day, like, tomorrow will be better. Like, every day just gets better and better and better. It's like you literally, both of you fall deeper and deeper in love. I don't know. It's just so crazy because, like, it's so intense, and both of you are going to such depth in so many different ways and so many different layers. It's like, I don't know, this love keeps growing, and it's like, it's nothing, like, it's a very rare human experience. And lastly, one last card, message from your higher self. You're stronger than you feel in this very moment. I think it'll be crazy to you how much you're going to be able to take on. Because I'm getting this feeling that your guys are going to be telling you what you're going to be doing in this lifetime with your twin flame for your soul mission, not just with your twin flame, but, like, you know, your soul family and everything and your community. And I think it's going to freak you out at first, and you're going to be like, can I handle this? I don't know. Like, that's way too much. Like, me? Are you kidding me? Like, what? That is intense. That's crazy. That's intense. No. That's like pipe dream. No, that's no. It's like, yeah, no, you guys. Yeah. But then you're going to realize, like, as you kind of go through this, like, start this journey with your twin flame, that, like, how much you change and how much you evolve. Like, you're at a level, like, 10 right now. You're going to go to a level 100 and then 1,000. Way beyond what people think humans are capable at this time. Not just, like, humans, but any energetic being, any divine being. It's going to go beyond what even all the humans together's consciousness can even fathom at this time. Dang. I don't know where that came from, but hey. I hope you enjoyed this reading. It's been a pleasure and an honor to do these very high-level twin flame readings. You know, it's been very special to be a part of your journey, even if it's just a tiny bit. And I'm so lucky and happy that you are a part of mine. This might be my last twin flame reading for a long time, and I'm incredibly grateful for everything that it's been. And I wish you incredible amount of positive luck, positive abundance, prosperity, and joy, and happiness, and everything that you wish, want, and need, and choose, and prefer in terms of your highest and best of everything. And if you know, I'll always be around. You can always find me. I'll be somewhere. Yeah. I wish you much love and light.